Chapter 1585, Releasing the Interview. Chapter 1585, Releasing the Interview. Who the hell does that arrogant little brat think he is, threatening the government? Government agencies around the world were enraged when they were informed of the situation. They couldn't believe that they were being threatened by someone who barely just reached adulthood. Yet, that wasn't even the most irritating part. The fact they couldn't do anything about it was what truly infuriated them to the core. The Lord refused to help them for some reason, and Yuan lived inside the dragon's spiral mountain, making things even more complicated than they already are. If they wanted to deal with Yuan, they had to wait until he left the dragon's spiral mountain. Otherwise, they risk offending the Lord of the mountain by conducting their business within his sacred land. The Lord possessed power and authority that far surpassed any other organization or individual in the world. The only saving grace for humanity was the Lord's indifference toward humans as long as they didn't mess with him. Many decades ago, the government tried to subdue the Lord. However, they quickly found out how foolish their actions were when the Lord effortlessly killed everyone responsible without leaving the mountain. Of course, the government tried nuclear weapons, but those were also rendered useless before they could even get close to the mountain. After the old government was annihilated by the Lord, a new one formed and signed a peace treaty with the Lord. The contract stipulated that they would not interfere with the Lord or any activities within Dragon Spiral Mountain, declaring the place an independent power. This meant that the laws governing the majority of the world were irrelevant within Dragon Spiral Mountain, and all business conducted there could not be judged by outside standards. I want the Dragon Spiral Mountain to want a 24-hour surveillance. Notify us immediately whenever Yuan leaves. But what are we going to do once he leaves? Ambush him? We don't have the power to do anything to him. We can figure that out later. For now, I want everything on him, from what he eats to breakfast to when he shits it out. If we cannot deal with Yuan, we can always target those around him. Contact the Demon Sealing faction members and try to recruit them to our side. Be cautious and discreet. The entire room went silent after such an impossible task was given. It was already impossible enough to enter the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. So how are they going to spy on Yuan to get information on him? The entire room went silent after such an impossible task was given. It was already impossible enough to enter the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. So how are they going to spy on Yuan to get information on him? I guess we could try to convert someone that's already close to him on our side, but that has its own risks. What if they feed us incorrect information? What if they expose us? There's no such thing as risk-free in our line of work. Everything has a risk. The only question is whether or not we're willing to accept such risks. The room fell silent again. Eventually, they agreed to try to convert someone from the Demon Sealing faction. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxiao just finished editing her interview with the Demon Sealing faction and sent a copy to Feng to get it approved. At the Demon Sealing faction, Feng watched the interview with Yu and Yuan together. It's very well made and puts a good spotlight on the Demon Sealing faction, which will definitely help us when everyone is trying to drag our name through the mud, Feng commented after watching the interview. Do you think ITLL stopped people from talking badly about my brother? Yu asked with a slight frown on her face. Unlikely, since most of the people speaking ill of Yuan are probably hired actors paid by the 10 great families and the government. This is very common practice for those who want to lower another's reputation. There's no need to worry about me, Yu. Whether my reputation is good or bad, it won't change anything. Yuan said to her, I know that, but it's still frustrating to see people badmouth you every time I open up the internet. She sighed. Yuan suddenly placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair. Brother, don't waste your energy over something like that. It's not worth it. He looked at Feng and continued. Anyway, you can let Yin Xiaoxiao know that she can release the interview whenever she wants. Feng nodded and immediately sent a message to Yin Xiaoxiao. Not even a minute later, Yin Xiaoxiao posted the interview on her personal website and social profiles, instantly gathering tens of thousands of views. In less than half an hour, the interview garnered over 100 million views, becoming a sensation on the internet. At first, there were many positive comments, praising the Demon Sealing faction's unique lifestyle and the members' trust in Yuan. However, once the 10 great families and the trolls heard about the interview, they bombarded it with the usual negative comments. Yet, because these comments were made under Yin Xiaoxiao's profile, her immense fan base was immediately enraged, considering it an attack on Yin Xiaoxiao herself. Thus, the trolls and Yin Xiaoxiao's fan base began a war with each other. Later that night, Yuro approached Yuan and said, "Let's sleep together tonight." "I don't mind, but..." Yuan showed his room to her, where another individual was already sleeping on his bed. "Oh right, you sleep together with Chu Liuxiang." Yuro proceeded to stand there in silence, seeming in deep thought. "I've been wondering about this for a while now, but why isn't Meixiu sleeping with you too? Isn't she also your lover? I don't think it is fair to make her sleep in a separate room when Chu Liuxiang sleeps with you." "Well, it's not like I'm forcing her to be in a separate room. I also don't want to force her to sleep with us, so I'm just waiting for her to say something," Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. "Is that so?" Yuro mumbled. After another moment of silence, she said, "I changed my mind. I'll go sleep with Meixiu tonight, since it's been a while." Yuan nodded, and Yuro knocked on Meixiu's room the following moment. Chapter 1586, Eternal Lotuses, Relocation. Chapter 1586, Eternal Lotuses, Relocation. Once Meixiu answered the door, Yuro greeted her with a bright smile. "Meixiu, it's been a while since we've really spoken with each other. Let's sleep together tonight." Although she was a little surprised, Meixiu agreed with a slight head nod. "Sure. Come inside." "Good night, brother," Yuro said as she strolled into the room. "Good night," Meixiu also said. "Good night, you too." Once the door closed, Yuan returned to his room to sleep, as cultivating was pointless nowadays. Due to the Celestial Emperor's curse and his high cultivation base, his cultivation would go nowhere, even if he cultivated for years straight. Of course, he could always consume monster cores, but he had no reason to increase his cultivation on Earth any further. After all, he already had more than enough power to conquer the entire world if he so desired. Meanwhile, inside Meixiu's room, Yuro muttered as she sat on the bed. "Wow, this is a really comfortable bed. Anyway, how have you been doing, Meixiu? Is my brother treating you right?" Meixiu nodded with a smile. "I've been doing great, and Yuan's treating me fine too." "Really? If that's the case, why are you still sleeping alone while Chu Liuxiang is sleeping in the same room as him?" Yuro looked at her with doubtful eyes. "I'm satisfied sleeping in my own room, and he just comes sleep with me once in a while." Although she didn't mention it, she had actually heard Yuro's conversation with Yuan outside her room earlier. "That's not good enough. We've been together since childhood, so you're like a second sibling to me, an elder sister. I will not allow you to lose to someone else." "Lose? But I am not losing. At least that's not how I see it." Meixiu showed a stiff smile. After all, she was the first one to be accepted by Yuan. Yuro sighed and said, "Although I wasn't too surprised when I learned that you and my brother paired up since I knew it eventually happened, do you have any idea how shocked I was when I found out that he got a second lover? Is it really that surprising? Of course, I didn't know he was capable of doing that. Anyway, you should start sleeping in the same room as my brother. I know you want to." Yuro winked at her. After a moment of silence, Meixiu spoke in a low voice. "What about you?" "Huh? What about me?" Yuro raised her eyebrows. "Don't you also love him?" Yuro was momentarily stunned by such a question, but she quickly snapped out of it and chuckled. "Of course I do. He's my one and only brother, after all." Meixiu gently shook her head. "You know that's not what I mean." Yuro's body trembled slightly, clearly not expecting Meixiu to question her in such a manner. "I know, but you should also know that we're siblings. But you're not blood-related. That changes everything." Yuro shook her head and sighed. "While that's true, it's our perspective that truly matters. I love him very much, and I'd do anything for him, but I don't know if I am ready, or will ever be ready, to treat him as anything other than my brother." "Is that so?" Seeing the dejected look on Yuro's face, Meixiu decided to stop talking about this subject. After a moment of silence, Meixiu sat on the bed and said, "Tell me about what it's like at the Eternal Lotuses." "Sure." After closing the light, The two of them lay underneath the blankets, and Yu started recalling her experience at the Eternal Lotuses. Once Yu was finished, Meixiu spoke about her adventures with Yuan and her progress in cultivation online. They ended up talking all night, only falling asleep once the sun began rising. Over the next few days, in order to know those around Yuan better, Yu would spend most of her time chatting with the members of the Demon Sealing faction. On the third day of Yu's stay at the Dragon Spiral Mountain, Bai Lianhua and the rest of the Eternal Lotuses were finally ready to move their headquarters. Early in the morning the following day, Bai Lianhua and the entire Eternal Lotuses showed up at the bottom of the Dragon Spiral Mountain with several trucks full of items, from furniture to decorations. Yuan went to greet them alone. "So how does this work?" Bai Lianhua asked. "The manager is making her way here now. You can ask her in a bit." Leah showed up several minutes later and said, "There are several unoccupied properties. Since your circumstances are unique and we haven't prepared a place for you, you can go ahead and pick the one you like best. Once you have picked your property, you can start moving your stuff." Leah looked at Yuan before handing him a notebook and said, "Since you recommended them, they're your responsibility. Everything you need to know is inside that notebook." Without further explanation, Leah turned around and disappeared. "Are we really welcome here?" Bai Lianhua swallowed nervously after seeing Leah's cold behavior. Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry about her. She's naturally grumpy like that. You'll get used to it very quickly." "I can hear you." Leah's angry voice resounded in an echo. Sometime later, Yuan brought Bai Lianhua and several high-ranking members inside the Dragon Spiral Mountain to look at the available spaces listed in the notebook Leah gave him. Most of the property in the lower and middle areas of the mountain was already occupied, but there were still plenty of options available. In the lower area, 2 large mansions remained, while the middle area had 3. As for the upper area, 5 homes were still unoccupied. The disparity in spiritual energy between the lower and middle areas is immense. "I cannot fathom what it'd be like in the upper areas," Bai Lianhua remarked as they entered the middle area. "I never even thought such quality of spiritual energy was possible on Earth." Another commented, "This place is a cultivator's heaven." Chapter 1587 Boot Camp. Chapter 1587 Boot Camp. A few hours have passed since Yuan started showing Bai Lianhua and the others the available properties within Dragon Spiral Mountain. All of the buildings were luxurious manors that were even bigger than Bai Lianhua's family home. While the upper area was more spacious, it was the higher spiritual energy quality that truly mattered. In the end, Bai Lianhua chose to live in the upper area while also staying as close as possible to the Demon Sealing faction's residence. "Here is a list of our rules. I doubt you will cause any trouble for the Dragon Spiral Mountain, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Yuan handed him a list of rules that was placed inside the notebook. Bai Lianhua accepted the list and spoke with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I will make sure we don't embarrass ourselves." Yuan smiled and said, "If you want, I can create a formation around your home that will prevent all commotion from leaving, so you won't have to worry about being too noisy to your neighbors." Bai Lianhua nodded. "That would be great. Thank you." Sometime later, Bai Lianhua signed a contract and began sending the trucks up the mountain. Once all of the items were laid out in front of the house, the members started moving them inside. Yu showed up to help with the move since she was also part of the faction. Many hours later, once the moving was finished, the Eternal Lotuses began preparing for a massive feast to celebrate their new home, to which the entire Demon Sealing faction was invited. Before we get this feast started, I would like to give a special shout-out to the one who made this all possible, Yuan. Bai Lianhua gestured for Yuan to go onto the stage, where she was standing. The feast was held in the training ground, which was the most spacious. The stage they were standing on was the same one they used for sparring in their old location, something they decided to transport to their new home. Once Yuan was on the stage, Bai Lianhua continued, "In 3, 2, 1, thank you, Yuan." Everyone from Eternal Lotuses shouted. "Do you have anything to say to us?" Bai Lianhua asked Yuan once the noises calmed down. Yuan nodded and said, "Since we're in an alliance, it's only natural for us to help each other. Now, getting you all settled near us is only the first part. For the next part, I want to help you all grow stronger. And when I say stronger, I don't mean give you powerful techniques. I have already spoken to my faction about this, and we want to train you personally. Thus, we will have a 3-day boot camp session at the end of every month, where we will train you to become stronger than all of the other factions. Of course, this boot camp is not mandatory and not for everyone, but for those of you who wish to stand above the rest, it's your best chance of that. The Eternal Lotuses members exchanged glances with each other, their gaze filled with intrigue yet worry. Since the month is already ending and you just moved here, we won't start until next month, but we will give you a 1-day trial later so you know what to expect come next month. With that said, let's enjoy ourselves. The feast began shortly after, with everyone stuffing their mouth with food and drinks. The feast continued into the night and even past midnight. Once the feast ended and everyone cleaned up the scene, the members of Eternal Lotuses began cultivating in their new environment. They knew the spiritual energy there was abundant and that their progress would be much faster than before, but when they finally experienced the difference firsthand, they were all profoundly shocked and elated. Haha! Although it's not as good as Cultivation Online, this is still multiple times faster than before. With this much spiritual energy, I should enter Spirit Master in no time. No wonder why people rush to ascend in Cultivation Online, even if they're severely underleveled. This is worth the risk. None of the members of Eternal Lotuses were able to sleep that night, as if they were addicted to cultivating. 2 days later, Yuan and the rest of the Demon Sealing faction showed up at the Eternal Lotuses' residence with weapons in their grasp, looking like they wanted to start a war. If you wish to participate in the trial, go to this side. Otherwise, go to this side. Bai Lianhua instructed her members. In just a few moments, every member of Eternal Lotuses went to the participating side. Good. Bai Lianhua nodded in approval at their response. Now, we'll divide everyone into groups based on their cultivation base. Wang Ming instructed as he stepped forward. Spirit Warriors will be in one group, and Spirit Masters will be in another. A few minutes later, different groups were formed from several thousand people. The first group contained about 1,000 Spirit Apprentices, while the second group had around triple that amount of Spirit Warriors. The third group had only several hundred Spirit Masters, and the last group had around 50 Spirit Grandmasters. All right, Group 1 and Group 2 will divide into smaller groups and follow me. Wang Bingbing raised her hand, gesturing for them to follow her. Hong Xiuquan, Chu Liuxiang, Meixiu, Wang Xiuying, and Shi Murong also followed her. I will take Group 3. Shi Lang said, and Group 4 is with me. Wang Ming said, what about me? Are you going to train me? Bai Lianhua asked Yuan while pointing at herself. No, she'll be doing the honors. Yuan gestured to Li Jinsi. Hello, you're Li Jinsi, correct? Bai Lianhua greeted her with a respectful bow. Yes, he'll be in your care. Li Jinsi silently nodded. By the way, in addition to the sound concealing formation, I also covered this place with a second formation that's just like the one used at the Great Battlefield to prevent accidental death, so you don't need to worry about dying. Yuan suddenly said, Is that so? Bai Lianhua responded with a stiff smile. Chapter 1588 Boot Camp 2. Chapter 1588 Boot Camp 2. Please. Spare me. You call this training? This is more like torture. The members of Eternal Lotuses quickly realized just how terrifying and outrageously difficult their boot camp was after only a few minutes. They were constantly being beaten and tossed around like rag dolls by the members of the Demon Sealing faction. What's wrong? Are you giving up already? We've just started. Wang Bingbing shouted at them like a drill instructor in military boot camp. Did you think it was going to be easy? If this is too much for you, give up. However, don't complain if your peers leave you in the dust. While not every member of the Demon Sealing faction screamed, not a single one of them was going easy on the members of Eternal Lotuses. In less than 10 minutes, over 10% of the participants tapped out, refusing to continue the boot camp trial. It was simply too much for them to handle. If you think this is bad, my training is several times worse than what you're experiencing now. Everything has a price, and this is the price for wanting to get strong fast. Shi Lang, said as he wasted everyone in Group 3. Meanwhile, Bai Lianhua was also being tossed around by Li Jinsi. It's like I'm fighting a relentless monster. She's not giving me any room to breathe, much less attack. Bai Lianhua cried inwardly as she was tossed left and right by Li Jinsi's heavy strikes despite blocking them. Half an hour later, 70% of the participants gave up. What do you think? Want to give it a go? Yuan looked at Yuro, who was watching the training with him. After a moment of silence, Yuro nodded and said, "Yes, but I want you to train me, brother. If you think I'll go easy on you because you're my beloved sister." Yuan showed her a cold smile that sent shivers throughout her entire body. "That's not it. Nor do I want you to go easy on me. I want you to train me, because I want to be trained by the very best, even if ITLL be many times more painful." Yuro spoke with clenched fists. As expected of my sister. Yuan's smile became warmer, and he continued, "All right, he'll train you, but don't you dare complain to me later about it being too difficult. Don't look down on me, brother. I'm no longer the pampered little princess I was before." Yuro spoke with a serious expression. "Follow me." Yuan brought Yuro back to his residence, since the training ground there was already fully occupied. "Are you ready?" Yuan asked her once they were at the training ground. "I am." Yuro nodded. "Then let's get this party started." In the following minutes, Yuro experienced complete hopelessness as Yuan delivered a beatdown she would never be able to forget. If it weren't for the protection formation, she would have died over 100 times every few minutes. Of course, Yuan didn't just silently beat her. Once Yuro started getting used to it, he began correcting her mistakes and giving her opportunities to counter him. Time felt exceedingly slow for the members of Eternal Lotuses since they were constantly in pain. The trial boot camp only lasted 3 hours. Yet by the end, everyone felt like they had been tortured for 3 days straight. There were no visible injuries on the participants, but as if their bodies had memorized the pain, they would occasionally feel the sensation of phantom blows striking them even long after the training ended. Will this really help us get stronger? I feel like we're just being practice dummies. One of them voiced her concerns. What would they gain from lying to us? Let's just trust in the process. I'm already exhausted from just 3 hours. I don't know if I can endure 3 whole days of this torture, even if it's just once a month. Sometime later, Bai Lianhua gathered all of her members. Yuan had to carry Yuro back because she was so utterly drained that even the mere act of lifting a finger seemed insurmountable. "So, what do you all think of the boot camp?" Yuan asked everyone there with a calm smile on his face. After a moment of awkward silence, someone responded, "It was really difficult." With the floodgates opened, more and more of them started complaining. Difficult is an understatement. Are you sure you're not just torturing us for fun? How will this help us get stronger? After listening to all of the complaints, Yuan spoke, "Since I can only prove its effect with results, let's do this. If you have endured 3 sessions of boot camp straight without very clear and satisfying results, I will give you an ancient grade technique or treasure as an apology." After hearing this, the audience's faces immediately lit up with excitement. However, once they recalled their experience during the trial, their expressions quickly turned dreadful once more. Seeing this, Bai Lianhua stepped forward and said, "Once again, participation is not mandatory. However, if you wish to rapidly advance and rise above the crowd, this will be the most effective method. Personally, I will be participating in the boot camp. In the last 3 hours, I have gained more experience than in the past year. You may not see any improvements right now, but that doesn't mean you haven't improved at all. Take your time to think this through. You have plenty of time until the next session," Yuan told them. After the gathering, the Demon Ceiling faction returned to their residence, while Yuan went to the peak of the mountain to pick up Jiran, who had been restoring the Lord's cultivation for the last few days. "As always, thank you for the assistance." The Lord thanked Jiran. "I'm only doing my duty," Jiran responded. Once he returned to Yuan's Dantian, Jiran went into a deep slumber to recover. "How are you doing in the 9 heavens?" The Lord suddenly asked Yuan. "Things are getting complicated, but I'm doing fine otherwise." "Complicated? How?" The Lord inquired, his interest piqued. Chapter 1589 Silhouettes, End of Arc. Chapter 1589 Silhouettes, End of Arc. After hearing the Lord's inquiry, Yuan said, "Well, some people think I am a demon because of my regenerative abilities, and I can't really blame them, either." "A demon, huh? That's quite troublesome." The Lord mumbled with a frown. "It's fine for now, since they don't know my identity, but it won't stay like that forever." "Is that so? How about your progress, finding the dragon Spiral Mountain?" The Lord then asked. Yuan's eyes widened after being reminded of the dragon Spiral Mountain, the one that existed within the 9 heavens. "I actually forgot about that," Yuan said. "In order to travel to the 9 heavens with his real body, he must find and activate the teleporter, which exists in a second dragon Spiral Mountain somewhere between the 4th heaven and the 7th heaven. I might need to make a second trip to the Pavilion of Knowledge." He muttered, "Even if you find it, I would be surprised if the gate is still functional." The Lord suddenly said, "What makes you think that? I would be hard-pressed to believe the Celestial Emperor hadn't tampered with it, since it might affect his plans. After all, we would be able to travel there with our real bodies, and I am not sure if that's part of the Celestial Emperor's plans." "That makes sense," Yuan mumbled. "I guess we'll find out once I go there. By the way, why are there 2 dragon Spiral Mountains, and what are their purposes?" "They were created before the divine heaven became the 9 heavens, correct? There are actually 3 dragon Spiral Mountains in existence, and they were created to honor the dragons of origins, each representing a dragon of origin. The one we're on right now was heavily damaged during the divide and used to be much bigger and grander. The second one was completely destroyed after a certain incident long before the divide. The third one should be safe, but as I said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Celestial Emperor did something with it. Oh, in case you're interested, our Dragon Spiral Mountain is meant to honor the dragon ancestor. The Great One's mountain was the one that got demolished. The last one is for Dragon Goddess Yeo. Anyway, other than being used to honor the dragons of origins, they were also used as a means of travel by the beast clans, mostly dragon clans. The divine heaven was an unfathomably vast world before the divide, so these teleporters were important for travel back then. Yuan nodded and said, "Makes sense. The 9 heavens is still massive, even though it's split into 9 different realms. There are teleport formations in almost every city nowadays, too. Sometime later. Anyway, I will update you when I find the dragon Spiral Mountain," Yuan said to the Lord before returning home. After dinner, as they walked back to their room, Yuxiang suddenly stopped in front of their room and turned to look at Yuan, who was right behind her. "Lulu." Yuan raised an eyebrow. "I heard what your Rose said a few days ago, she said. "About it being unfair to Meixiu that only I get to share a room with you despite both of us being your partner." "That's..." Yuan tried to respond, but was immediately stopped by Yuxiang. "I already spoke with Meixiu about it, and I asked her if she wanted to move in with us. We have plenty of room in the bed, after all." I agreed. Meixiu's voice resounded from behind. Yuan turned around to see Meixiu approaching them with a resolute expression on her slightly rosy face. "Is that so?" Yuan mumbled with a smile on his face. "As for my old room, we can use it for when we want to do more than just sleep together." Yuxiang, who was much bolder, finished Meixiu's sentence. "Are you okay with that?" Meixiu asked Yuan. He quickly nodded. "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" That night, Meixiu moved most of her belongings into Yuan's room, and the 3 of them slept together. Meixiu and Yuxiang decided to continue their training since they were close to a breakthrough. The next day, they logged into cultivation online together. Meixiu and Yuxiang decided to continue their training since they were close to a breakthrough. Yuan prepared to revisit the Pavilion of Knowledge to ask about the Dragon Spiral Mountain. However, before he could go anywhere, a familiar figure appeared before him. "Where did you find me?" Yuan asked the tall and bulky figure in front of him. "As a commander, I have the location of every faction member below me in my palms," Kelan calmly explained. "Did you just come back from your world? I have been waiting here for a few days now." "Yes." Yuan was a little speechless since this was the first time he was greeted in such a manner. "Since you know him from Earth, it's safe to assume you're not cursed." Kelan nodded. I am from the upper heavens, after all. Anyway, what you up to now? Why does it sound like you'll be following me? Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. Because I will, for your protection. If you aren't aware, the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto decided to send their top demon sealers to hunt you down after hearing about you. They're moving faster than ID anticipated. Yuan mumbled. That's just how dangerous they deemed you. Kelan sighed. Oh well, they'll deal with it when the time comes. Anyway, do you happen to know a place called the Dragon Spiral Mountain? Yuan suddenly asked, changing the subject. Kelan raised an eyebrow and said, How do you know that place? Aren't you from the lower heavens? So you do. Of course. It's a pretty famous place in the seventh heaven. Sacred, even. I see. So it's in the seventh heaven. I guess I don't have to worry about it for a while. Why are you asking? Kelan asked. Just curious. I learned about it from the Pavilion of Knowledge. Yuan said. Anyway, you asked what I'm going to do now, right? I'm going to hunt some magical beasts. Do you know a good hunting spot? He continued. Kelan shrugged. You're asking the wrong guy. This is my first time in the fourth heaven. I thought so. Then I'll go ask around. Meanwhile, somewhere in the nine heavens, two silhouettes were chatting away while surrounded by a chaotic energy that would kill even immortals. Did you hear? The Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto have sent the majority of their top demon sealers to the lower heavens. This is our chance to make a move. Finally, we have been waiting for this moment for countless years. Once we summon the Ancient, the Demon Clan will rule over this world again. Where's Demon Emperor Carnage? I haven't seen him for a while now. I have no clue, but he was uttering some nonsense about the Divine Paragon before disappearing. He'll show up once we start the summoning ritual. Then let's begin. I cannot wait to take my revenge on the Demon Sealing Clan. Without the Divine Paragon, they're just a bunch of nobodies. Even if the Divine Paragon were still here, he'd be no match against the Ancient. Ha ha ha. These two silhouettes soon vanished, their laughter echoing eerily until they were completely gone. Chapter 1590 Endless Beast Den. Chapter 1590 Endless Beast Den, a place with a lot of magical beasts, huh? An information broker pondered Yuan's inquiry. After a brief pause, he said, I know of the perfect place. It's called the Endless Beast Den, and as the name suggests, an inexhaustible horde of magical beasts constantly emerges from its depths. He continued, Nobody knows why this is happening, but it's a very famous location for cultivators to train. The only downside is that the magical beasts there never drop cores. That said, there are always people they're training all year round. Due to its popularity, unless you belong to a powerful sect or have an influential background, you will have trouble hunting there without being confronted by others. Where is this place located? Yuan asked. After receiving the location, Yuan paid the information broker several spirit stones for his services. Thank you for your business. The information broker bowed to Yuan. To think the fourth heaven would also have a place like this. Kelan muttered a moment later. Yuan looked at him and asked, Is there a place like this in the upper heavens? Yes, there are many. Some say the heavens birthed them, while others claim they come from another world, one that is ruled by magical beasts. Unfortunately, all we know for certain is that no matter how many of them you kill, there will always be more. Sounds like the perfect place for me. Yuan smiled. Before they made their way to the Endless Beast Den, Yuan went to pick up Meixiu, who had been visiting every restaurant in the city. Oh, you're back already? Meixiu was in the middle of stuffing her mouth with food when Yuan appeared before her. Yuan smiled and said, Take your time. While they waited for Meixiu to finish her meal, Yuan explained the situation to her. I see. The Endless Beast Den, huh? This is my first time hearing about such a place, so this is going to be a new experience, she said. By the way, who's your new friend? Meixiu asked with her gaze on Kelan. I'm Kelan, and under the orders of my superiors, I am here to protect him. He's from the same faction as me, the Celestial Overlords, Yuan said. You need protection? Meixiu looked at Yuan with raised eyebrows. He was powerful enough to kill someone 9 realms above his own cultivation. What could possibly threaten him in the fourth heaven? Because of your friend's rash and reckless action, he's now being hunted by the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto, who thinks they're hunting a powerful demon. How powerful are they? She merely asked. They're experts that specialize in demons, but they're also some of the most powerful cultivators in the nine heavens, since the ones coming after Yuan are top demon sealers. However, as long as I am here, they won't be able to do a thing to Yuan. Kelan patted his chest with a confident aura around his large body. Yuan stared at Kelan with a pondering expression. After a moment of silence, he asked, I have been wondering about this for a while now, but you're unusually large. Are you related to giants or something? Kellan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing Yuan's question, and he immediately responded, You know about giants? Why do you look so surprised? Are they supposed to be a secret or something? Yuan asked. No, but their race went extinct countless years ago, and barely anyone remembers them anymore, even in the upper heavens. You're also the first one to ask me such a question. Everyone else just assumes my size is due to a unique physique. So, you're a giant? Kelan didn't immediately respond, and appeared to be pondering whether he should tell the truth or not. Eventually, he sighed, I'm not a giant, but I do have giant blood flowing through my veins. Huh, how does that work? Just like how some humans inject themselves with the blood of the beast to gain unique powers, I was injected with giant blood, Kelan said. One of the main reasons humans hunted dragons in the past was to harvest their powerful bloodlines to use for themselves. Giants went extinct countless years ago, right? How did you acquire their blood? She merely asked, her eyes filled with interest, as this was her first time learning about the existence of giants. Though they may have gone extinct, remnants of their blood still exist, albeit in extreme rarity. In fact, you're more likely to encounter dragon blood than giant blood in these times, Kelan remarked. My family happened to have some in their possession, and it was used on me due to my high compatibility. Anyway, enough about me. Tell me more about yourself and your world, Yuan. Kelan looked at him. Sure, but I have one more question. The superior who told you to protect me, was it seen nearby? Kelan nodded. Yes, but it was also a request from Celestial Overlord Su. I see. Yuan proceeded to introduce himself from scratch. Sometime later, the three of them left the restaurant and made their way to the Endless Beast Denver. After traveling for several days straight and using multiple teleporters, they finally arrived at the Howling Mountain Valley. In this region, a dozen mountains pierced the clouds, and loud howling echoed from every direction. There's a lot of magical beasts here. All right, Kelan said after sweeping the place with his divine sense. Yuan quickly located the Endless Beast Den with his divine sense and flew straight there. The Endless Beast Den was a vast cave nestled within one of these mountains, from which magical beasts constantly emerged. Right outside the Endless Beast Den lay a spacious, suspiciously empty expanse of land. It seemed as if someone had purposefully cleared the area to create a training ground. Moreover, there were already several hundred people there, all of them engaged in fights with magical beasts. Chapter 1591, Endless Beast Den 2. Chapter 1591, Endless Beast Den 2. After arriving at the Endless Beast Den, Yuan silently observed the scenery from the sky. Despite the presence of hundreds of people, most wore similar robes, indicating they belonged to the same sect. The rest exuded a confident and arrogant aura, suggesting they hailed from influential backgrounds. Most of these people were between the Spirit Lord and Spirit King, with only a few in the Spirit Emperor realm. There was a single Spirit Sovereign at the scene, but he was not training and appeared to be overseeing the disciples to ensure their safety. The Spirit Sovereign Cultivator turned to look at Yuan once he noticed their presence. First-level Spirit Emperor at such a young age. Not to mention that tall man beside him. He must come from an influential background. The Spirit Sovereign immediately recognized Kelan as Yuan's bodyguard due to his unfathomable aura, even though his cultivation was restricted to the peak of Spirit Enlightenment. The strongest beast here is only at the peak of Spirit King. What could you possibly gain from fighting them? At your current level of strength, it wouldn't matter even if you killed 1,000,000 of them. Kelan said to Yuan. Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and said, I'm going to strengthen my soul weapon. Of course, this wasn't his only reason for being there. Shimeli then spoke. I'm also going down there. This will be good training for me. She was bored of training alone inside a confined space, and there are some things you can only learn through real experience. How long do you plan on staying here? Kelan asked. Who knows? Until I'm satisfied, I guess. Yuan and Shimeli descended to the ground and started their hunting the next moment. As for Kelan, he decided to take a look around the fourth heaven. His divine sense was powerful enough to cover the entire fourth heaven, so he could watch over Yuan no matter where he was. The only reason he decided to follow Yuan around was to chat, but now, with Yuan busy training, he decided to do some exploring. With that said, he made sure not to travel too far. The area outside the Endless Beast Inn was divided into 3 zones. The outer area, where there were the fewest beasts, the middle area, where the number of beasts was moderate, and the zone closest to the cave, which was filled to the brim with beasts. Shimeli went to the outer area to warm up. Meanwhile, Yuan headed straight to the zone closest to the cave. He landed right outside the entrance, where dozens of powerful beasts were gathered. Yuan's sudden appearance surprised a few who were training near him. They wanted to call him out, but before they could even open their mouths, Yuan slew all of the magical beasts around him, killing each of them with a single strike. After snapping out of their daze, they called out to him, Hey, who do you think you are? We have this spot reserved for 30 days. Without looking at them, Yuan said, Don't worry, they'll leave enough for you guys. That's not the point. We paid a fortune for this spot. Yuan finally turned to look at them and said, Someone owns this place? Who did you pay? The 3 Grand Sects has joint ownership of this place. You're not allowed to train here unless you're a disciple of their sect or pay for a spot, one of them explained. Hearing this, Yuan looked around and asked, Are we inside their sect right now? No. Then do they own this land? I don't think so. So they're making people pay to hunt wild, magical beasts in a territory that they don't even own. What kind of nonsense is that? Well, I'm not going to play by their rules. If they have an issue, they can come to deal with me themselves. Even as they conversed, magical beasts continued to emerge from the endless beast. Din Yuan returned to killing magical beasts shortly after without giving the others any more attention. The spirit sovereign overseeing the place frowned when he saw this. Head initially thought Yuan already had permission to train there, but after hearing their conversation, that was clearly not the case. And seeing that Kelan had disappeared somewhere, the spirit sovereign decided to approach Yuan. Young man, if you do not have permission to train here, I must ask you and your friend to leave. And who are you? Yuan asked without stopping his movement. I am Elder Hao of the Grand Spring Sect, one of the 3 Grand Sects that holds authority in this area. So what? Are you here to ask me for money? Elder Hao sneered and said, I don't like your attitude. We don't need your money. Leave before things become difficult. You're the one making things difficult here. I am merely hunting magical beasts in the wild. Who are you, the Grand Spring Sect, to monopolize this? If anything, I should be getting paid for this. If you don't want unauthorized people coming here, why don't you build a sect around here or something? Yuan continued killing magical beasts without stopping as he spoke to Elder Hao, who was already fuming in anger by now. You must think you're invincible because you have an influential background. Unfortunately for you, no matter how influential you are, the 3 Grand Sects are still above you. I will give you 3 seconds to get out of here before I force you. Bang! Yuan suddenly unleashed some of his aura, filling the entire Endless Beast Den with tyrannical pressure. You will force me? I'd like to see you try. Yuan stopped hunting to glare at Elder Hao, who subconsciously started backing away from him. Despite Yuan's clearly lower cultivation base, Elder Hao did not dare to underestimate him, as the pressure being exuded by him was stronger than even their sect master. Chapter 1592, 3 Grand Sects. Chapter 1592, 3 Grand Sects. Are you trying to pick a fight with the 3 Grand Sects? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're getting yourself into? Elder Hao growled in anger, realizing he had backed away from a junior. Yuan casually shrugged. No, not really, since I am not from around here. Elder Hao frowned at such words and asked, Are you from the upper heavens? By now, most of the sects in the lower heavens are aware of people from the upper heavens descending, since it was almost impossible for someone of Yuan's caliber to be unrecognizable. There was a good chance he came from the upper heavens. The opposite, actually. I came from the lower heaven. Elder Hao's face immediately darkened. Since you managed to climb all the way to the 4th heaven, your abilities and talent are unquestionably up there. However, you're simply too arrogant if you think you can offend the 3 Grand Sects. Since you're new here, let me educate you. The 3 Grand Sects are the strongest and most influential sects in the 4th heaven. We have been in this position for millions of years. We are unshakable. Thank you for the information, but that doesn't change anything, unfortunately. Yuan shrugged. Elder Hao trembled with anger, enraged that a junior would look down on the 3 Grand Sects to such an extent. The 3 Grand Sects were highly respected and revered by everyone, and he had never encountered anyone who refused to show them any respect. Yet, Elder Hao didn't dare to attack Yuan. I won't be able to defeat him alone. I need backup. Thus, without saying another word, Elder Hao turned and disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, Yuan resumed his training. The others were left speechless by the results, but if Elder Hao couldn't deal with him, they had no chance. Reluctantly, they returned to their own training. Over the next several days, Yuan killed thousands of magical beasts. However, that was far from enough to complete his task. At this rate, he'd need to spend over 100 years at the Endless Beast Inn just to complete it. I underestimated this task due to its simplicity. 100 million, this might actually take the longest to complete. Yuan sighed inwardly. He suddenly turned to look at the cave where all of the magical beasts were emerging from. Ever since he showed up at the Endless Beast Inn, had been getting a weird feeling coming from the cave, almost as if it was beckoning him. However, had already examined the place with divine sense and divine gaze, yet he only found an empty cave. As for the magical beasts, they simply pop into existence like magic. Suddenly, several powerful presences appeared, filling the entire Endless Beast Den and interrupting Yuan's thoughts. Yuan turned around to see 4 individuals staring at him from the sky. One of them was Elder Hao. You left to bring your friends? Yuan smiled at them. The group descended to the ground in the next moment, silently glaring at Yuan with profound frowns etched on their faces. These individuals were all in the early spirit enlightenment realm. You must be the one looking down on our 3 Grand Sects. Identify yourself. The middle-aged man, standing at the very front, said in a demanding tone. Yuan tilted his head and said, I don't recall looking down on anyone, though. I do think it's weird you guys are monetizing this place. With an endless number of magical beasts flowing from this cave, if people stop training here, you need to hire people to constantly clean up this place, or it will quickly fill the 4th heaven with wild beasts. So everyone training here is actually doing this world a service. Regardless, I believe it should cost nothing to hunt wild magical beasts. I don't care what you believe. You will regret offending the 3 Grand Sects. The middle-aged man sneered. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, And how are you going to do that? By ganging up on me? I don't think it will look good on the 3 Grand Sects if people hear that you'd ganged up on a junior. Who said we're going to gang up on you? I alone am enough to deal with a brat like you, the middle-aged man said as he released his cultivation. Which sect are you from? Yuan asked. Grand Elder Du of the Grand Mystic Sect. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I'm just a nobody from the lower heaven. He'll let you make the first move. Yuan spoke with a confident smile on his face. Arrogant little bastard. Grand Elder Du's face immediately flushed red in anger, and his aura surged exponentially. Profound Mystic Strike. Grand Elder Du extended his palms, shooting a powerful blast of spiritual energy at Yuan. Seeing this, Yuan placed his arms behind his back and confronted the blast with his naked body. Bang! The ground trembled violently from the impact, reducing the area around Yuan to rubble. Yet, amidst the destruction, Yuan stood unscathed. What? Grand Elder Du and the others were greatly shocked by the results. Although Grand Elder Du had no intention to kill Yuan, he definitely wanted to teach Yuan a lesson that he'd never forget. The attack was strong enough to break most bones in a spirit sovereign, yet Yuan came out unscathed while being a spirit emperor. Elder Hao had warned them that Yuan was far more powerful than he appeared, but none of them could have anticipated the extent of his strength. I didn't feel that, so we'll give you another chance, Yuan suddenly said. Yuan's provocation immediately infuriated Grand Elder Du, causing him to abandon any thought of going easy. You'll regret this, brat. Grand Mystic Typhoon. Grand Elder Du created a massive typhoon of spiritual energy around Yuan. This is your last chance to apologize, because this will really kill you, Grand Elder Du warned. Despite Yuan's arrogant behavior, he admired Yuan's talents and didn't want to destroy them in such a fashion. Chapter 1593 Rift. Chapter 1593 Rift. Whoa. Run away. If you're caught up in that, you're dead. Grand Elder Du's Grand Mystic Typhoon was strong enough to kill every entity there, and not wanting to get caught up in their mess, the people at the Endless Beast Inn began running away. We've only been here a few days, and he's already angered someone? He's really talented in that regard as well. She merely chuckled slightly before returning to her training. She had no doubt that Yuan would be able to handle a few spirit sovereigns alone and was not worried for his safety in the slightest. Don't force my hand, young man. This is your final warning. Grand Elder Du warned Yuan for the final time. If you're that worried for me, why even bother attacking me in the first place? Just get this over with so I can return to my training, Yuan said, sounding a little bored. What a pity. Grand Elder Du shook his head and increased the rate at which he gathered his spiritual energy. A few moments later, he released all of that built-up energy, unleashing the technique. The massive typhoon immediately collapsed on Yuan, consuming him and everything around him. The magical beasts swallowed by the technique were instantly torn to shreds, and their blood scattered everywhere, causing it to rain blood. Grand Elder Du panted afterward, completely out of spiritual energy after using that one devastating technique. Are you sure it was okay to kill him when we don't even know his identity? A talent like that surely didn't come from nowhere. What if he lied about coming from the lower heaven and actually came from the upper heavens? One of the other individuals brought by Elder Hao asked in a slightly worried tone. I think it's a little too late to ask those questions now, Grand Elder Lu, another individual said. Grand Elder Du nodded and said, Grand Elder Tang is right. We're way past that now. I didn't want to kill him, but he left me no choice. You make it sound like I had a sword against your neck or threatened your life. A familiar voice suddenly resounded. What? That's impossible. Grand Elder Du exclaimed after hearing Yuan's voice, shouting so loud that his saliva went everywhere. Whoosh! As if cut by a sword, the typhoon suddenly split perfectly in half. Once the typhoon dispersed, Yuan could be seen standing in his original location without so much as a single blemish on his body. Why, you must have used a life-saving treasure. There's no other explanation. Grand Elder Du cried out loud, not daring to believe that Yuan had endured his most powerful technique with his bare body. Without responding, Yuan suddenly took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Grand Elder Du with a domineering aura around him. Before Grand Elder Du could even respond, Yuan swung his arm, backhanding Grand Elder Du in the face and sending him flying. Seeing this, the other two and Elder Hao immediately went into a combative stance. Yuan glanced at them and said, I will only attack those who attack me first, so if you wish for me to attack you, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to resume my training. Grand Elder Lu and Grand Elder Tang exchanged glances with each other. They were all Grand Elders, second to the Sect Masters of the three Grand Sects. They had never been disrespected in such a manner, much less threatened by a junior. They were both spirit sovereigns, an entire realm above Yuan in terms of cultivation. Logically speaking, they should be able to deal with him without even breaking a sweat. Yet, neither of them felt like they could defeat him. As for Elder Hao, if he thought he could defeat Yuan, he wouldn't have requested help from 3 experts. If you're not going to do anything, I will resume my training now. Don't worry, I will make sure I don't bother the others while I'm training as long as they don't bother me, and I will leave as soon as I'm satisfied. After uttering such words, Yuan turned around and continued hunting magical beasts without a care in the world, leaving the Grand Elder speechless. Maybe we should just leave him alone. It's not like he's bothering anyone. Grand Elder Lu mumbled. Huh? You want to let him go after he spat on our faces? If we don't do anything, the 3 Grand Sects will become a laughingstock once news begins spreading. Grand Elder Tang looked at her with wide eyes. Grand Elder Lu turned to look at Grand Elder Du, who was lying on the ground unconscious several miles away after receiving Yuan's slap. Let's attack him together. I bet he's only acting tough, Grand Elder Tang said with a serious frown on his face. But I only came here to spectate. Grand Elder Lu sighed. Do you have any idea how much our images will hurt if we back down now? Not only will we be forfeiting to a junior, but we even allowed him to disrespect the 3 Grand Sects. I'd be surprised if we remain Grand Elders if we leave without doing anything. Grand Elder Lu clenched her teeth after hearing Grand Elder Tang's persuasion, but she couldn't refute his words. All right, let's attack him together. She eventually agreed. Grand Elder Tang nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, their aura began surging when they started gathering spiritual energy for their technique. Yuan noticed what they were trying to do, but he simply ignored them and continued his training, acting as if they weren't even there. His indifference and blatant lack of respect infuriated the Grand Elders, causing their aura to skyrocket. The Grand Elders unleashed their techniques simultaneously a moment later, and their combined techniques crashed into Yuan and the Endless Beast Denver. The impact violently shook the ground, causing a powerful earthquake. Additionally, the mountain with the Endless Beast Den exploded. The entire place became dead silent as everyone stared at the destruction with wide eyes. The only individual who wasn't paying attention was Meixiu, who was still focused on her target. Suddenly, a powerful wind with a vacuum effect emerged, drawing in the dust and rubble. Once all of the dust was gone, everyone could see that a rift had appeared where the Endless Beast Den once existed. What is that? Grand Elder Lu asked. No idea, but that wasn't there a moment ago. Grand Elder Tang said. Anyway, where did that brat go? Did we vaporize him? Wait, there's no more magical beasts appearing. Elder Hao suddenly noticed this. What? Is it because we destroyed the mountain? Grand Elder Lu immediately began panicking. That's not possible. This isn't the first time the Endless Beast Den has been blown up, and the beasts continued to appear despite that. Grand Elder Tang quickly said, Yuan. Meixiu suddenly halted her training when she noticed that Yuan's presence had suddenly disappeared. When she saw the rift, she immediately thought Yuan had entered it and quickly approached it. However, before she could get close, the rift closed, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 1594, Yuan's Disappearance. Chapter 1594, Yuan's Disappearance. After realizing that Yuan had completely disappeared, Meixiu immediately transformed and approached Grand Elder Lu, who was stunned by her transformation. You bastards! What did you do to him? Where did you take him? Meixiu grabbed the stunned Grand Elder Lu by the collar of her robes and roared, disregarding the difference in their cultivation. It's a dragon. The people there were incredibly excited to see someone from the dragon clan there, as dragons were incredibly rare within the fourth heaven. W8, we aren't responsible for the rift. Grand Elder Lu exclaimed, clearly nervous about Meixiu's identity. Bullshit. You were the ones who attacked him. Meixiu refused to believe that they were not responsible for Yuan's disappearance. Please let her go. Although we attacked him, we didn't create that rift. Grand Elder Tang grabbed Meixiu's wrist and spoke with a deep frown. I swear on my soul that we didn't purposefully create that rift. This is the first time I've seen or heard of anything like that, too. Grand Elder Lu shouted. However, she merely refused to let her go. Suddenly, another voice resounded. Let her go. They're not responsible. She merely turned around to see Kelan descending toward them. Che. She merely reluctantly released Grand Elder Lu, who quickly stepped back. Who are you? Grand Elder Tang asked Kelan with a worried frown. Just by Kellan's formidable aura alone, he could tell that he was not someone they could offend. Kelan, who made a swift return after noticing Yuan's presence had disappeared, revealed his faction's symbol and said, I'm Kelan from the faction Celestial Overlords. The Celestial Overlords. The Grand Elders were greatly bewildered by this information. Although the Celestial Overlords primarily operated within the upper heavens, their reputation and influence were immense enough to reach the fourth heavens. What the hell is such a big shot doing in the fourth heaven? And he's even a commander, Grand Elder Tang cried inwardly. As mighty and influential as the three Grand Sects were, they were no different than ants before the Celestial Overlords. With just a single command, even someone at the rank of commander like Kelan could wipe out the three Grand Sects, and nobody would even question them. That was how powerful the Celestial Overlords were. This humble junior greets the commander. Please forgive my earlier disrespect. Grand Elder Tang quickly bowed, his tone laden with reverence. Grand Elder Lu immediately followed suit, mirroring his deference. Seeing that Kelan hadn't responded, Grand Elder Tang quickly continued. Please let me explain. Kelan immediately interrupted. You don't need to explain anything. I have been watching from the beginning, so I understand the situation fully. Do you know why Yuan disappeared? If he was taken by the rift, where did it take him? She merely urgently asked Kelan, her voice filled with desperation. That young man has connections with the Celestial Overlords. We're doomed. Elder Hao cried inwardly after connecting the dots. Kelan looked at Shimeli and responded, I don't know where he was taken, but I have some speculations. Although nobody really knows where the magical beasts come from, people have speculated that they come from another world, one that is filled with endless magical beasts. As for why they're being sent to the nine heavens, we don't have the slightest clue. The rift that took Yuan, I have heard about it before. They rarely appear when an endless beast den is destroyed. Many people have entered such a rift to explore the unknown and find out where the magical beasts are coming from. But nobody has returned so far, and people eventually stopped entering them. What? Nobody has managed to return? Are you certain about that? But Yuan. Shimeli didn't dare to finish her sentence. Kelan understood what Shimeli was trying to say and gritted his teeth in anger. He was tasked to protect Yuan and failed miserably so quickly. He'll need to contact my superiors. Maybe they will know what to do. Kelan eventually said. Why your superiors? The Grand Elders swallowed nervously after hearing such words. The only ones ranking above a commander are overlords and celestial overlords. Should an individual of such stature descend to the fourth heaven, it would undoubtedly provoke an immense commotion. What should I do? Shimeli asked. Just stay here and wait for my return. Who knows? Maybe Yuan will return while I am away. Kelan said before disappearing into the horizon. I must contact my sect leader. Grand Elder Tang exclaimed, his entire being soaked in sweat. And me too, Grand Elder Lu said. Shortly after the two Grand Elders left the scene, Grand Elder Du woke up from his slumber. Seeing this, Elder Hao immediately rushed to his side. What happened to me? Where am I? Grand Elder Du looked at his surroundings with a dazed face. Grand Elder Du quickly came to his senses and jumped up. Where's that little bastard? Grand Elder, we have an emergency. Elder Hao cried out loud once he reached Grand Elder Du's side. Huh? Elder Hao, what's the matter? We need to return to the sect and speak with the sect leader. Why? What happened? I don't have the time to explain. We need to leave immediately. Elder Hao didn't say anything else and flew away. Grand Elder Du looked around but couldn't see either Yuan or the other two Grand Elders. They must have dealt with that little bastard and left already. With that in mind, he also left the scene shortly after. The people training at the Endless Beast Inn had to stop their training because no more magical beasts spawned, not to mention their situation. In the blink of an eye, the Endless Beast Inn was devoid of people, falling completely silent for the first time in thousands of years. Meanwhile, after being sucked in by the rift, Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar territory. "Where am I?" he muttered in a dazed voice as he surveyed his surroundings. Chapter 1595, A Foreign World. Chapter 1595, A Foreign World. After quickly surveying his surroundings, Yuan found himself in the middle of a wilderness filled with oddly shaped, tall trees unlike any he had ever seen before. The sky was an ominous orange with a hint of red, and not a single cloud marred its expanse. A unique and unmistakable stench of blood filled the air, reminiscent of the battlefield during his time as the evil god. However, it was not the scent of human blood but that of beasts. Beastly howls echoed from every direction. In fact, Yuan could sense tens of thousands of magical beasts in the area. Their strength varied greatly, ranging from the level of spirit apprentice to the divine realm. "Brother Yuan, where are we?" Xiaohua came out as Dantian and asked, her face filled with curiosity and worry. "I have no clue." Yuan shook his head. Yu Ning's voice resounded a moment later. "Young master, I don't know where we are, but this place is so massive that my divine sense cannot see all of it. Moreover, I could not find a single human being. This place is filled to the brim with magical beasts. Also, it appears that many powerful magical beasts are quickly approaching our direction, and they all seem frenzied, like starved beasts." After a moment of silence, Yuan looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, return to my Dantian for now." She nodded and immediately returned to his Dantian before asking, "What about you?" "This is just my guess, but I think they're likely drawn by my scent, the scent of a human, a rarity in this place that seems to be filled with magical beasts," Yuan speculated. "You're right about that." An unfamiliar voice suddenly resounded behind Yuan, startling him. "What?" Like a startled cat, Yuan instantly leaped away and readied himself for combat. However, his eyebrows arched in surprise upon seeing the individual who had just spoken. Standing right where he had just been was a little girl who appeared even younger than Xiaohua. She had pitch-black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, reaching the ground. Her eyes were clear and filled with intrigue. Yet, despite her human appearance, she exuded an aura that felt anything but human. Moreover, she was completely naked. When did she get there? No, how long has she been there? Even now, despite looking at her with my very eyes, I cannot sense her presence, almost as if I am staring at a ghost, Yu Ning exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yuan narrowed his eyes on the little girl. He also failed to sense her presence, even at this very moment. Fortunately, she didn't appear to be a threat to them for the time being. "Who are you?" Yuan decided to ask her. "Are you sure you want to worry about me right now? You'll be dead in a few moments once the others arrive," she said. Yuan gritted his teeth. The magical beasts approaching them were all in the divine realm. Yu Ning also warned him of magical beasts at the level of immortals that were too far for his divine sense to pick up. "Since they're here, because of my scent," Yuan's aura suddenly surged, and his body began to transform. The little girl's eyes widened with awe as Yuan entered his dragon form. "You smell like a dragon now, but you had a vastly different scent just moments ago, one that I have never encountered before. Is this what humans are?" "I have only heard about your species, but never met one," she inquired, her eyes brimming with interest, almost like that of a child visiting the amusement park for the first time. Hearing her question, Yuan became certain that she was not human. "Sorry, but I need to leave this place for now." Not wanting to wait for the magical beast to arrive, Yuan used his movement technique and swiftly left the scene. The little girl silently stood there. A few moments later, a red beast resembling a jaguar emerged. Initially, it didn't notice the little girl, but when it finally laid eyes on her, a terrified expression crossed its face, and its body trembled with immense fear. Without any hesitation, the jaguar turned around and ran away with its tail tucked between its legs. This scene repeated several more times for the beast that showed up at her location until the little girl disappeared into thin air like a ghost. Sometime later, after running for days without stopping, Yuan finally came to a halt. "This should be far enough," he mumbled, feeling relieved that none of the magical beasts chased after him. He lifted his head to look at the sky, which had remained unchanged despite the passage of many days. "Just where in the world are we?" he sighed out loud. "We're currently at the Enchanted Forest." A calm and familiar voice responded to Yuan's sigh. "What the—" Yuan jumped after being startled again. His eyes widened with surprise after seeing the little girl had managed to follow him. "Yuning, can you sense her cultivation base?" he asked. "No, I cannot sense anything about her. It's like she doesn't even exist," she quickly replied. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked the little girl, "Enchanted Forest, where is that in the 9 heavens?" The little girl slightly tilted her head and said, "9 heavens? I don't know of that place. We're not even in the 9 heavens." Yuan swallowed nervously after learning this information, though he was not entirely certain of its credibility. After all, it was possible that they were still in the 9 heavens, but the little girl might not be aware of it. He looked at the little girl and continued asking, "Then do you know what this world is called?" "What a weird question," the little girl said, "but it'll entertain you. This world is called the Primal Expanse." "Primal Expanse?" Yuan repeated in a dazed voice. "Have you heard of this place? Yuning? Xiaohua?" he asked them. "No," they both replied simultaneously. "Well, it'll be damned." Chapter 1596, Primal Expanse. Chapter 1596, Primal Expanse. After taking a moment to digest the possibility that they had been transported to another world outside the 9 heavens, Yuan turned to look at the mysterious naked little girl and asked, "Do you mind telling us a little about the Primal Expanse?" Since the little girl had been answering his questions without any issues, Yuan figured it wouldn't be an issue to continue asking her questions. This time, however, she said, "I do mind. It feels like I'm being used, and I don't like it." "Sorry, that wasn't my intention. What do you propose, then?" Yuan quickly apologized to her. "I want you to answer some of my questions now," she proposed. He nodded. "That seems fair. What do you want to know?" "Where did you come from?" Your presence appeared out of thin air. "I came from a place called the 9 heavens. I don't know how I got here, but I was sucked inside a rift and arrived here before I realized it." The little girl took a moment to digest this information before asking the next question. "You're a human, right? Does this 9 heavens have a lot of humans?" "Yes to both questions." "Where is the 9 heavens?" "Sorry, but I don't think I can answer that question. Not because I don't want to. Since I don't know where we currently are, there's simply no way for me to pinpoint the 9 heavens." The little girl tilted her head in a puzzled manner and said, "But I already told you. We're at the Enchanted Forest within the Primal Expanse." "Well, you see." Yuan took a moment to think about how he'd go about explaining the situation to her. "This is actually my first time hearing about a place called the Primal Expanse, and I'm not sure if it's a place somewhere within the 9 heavens or outside, like another world. That's why I wanted to know more about the Primal Expanse, so I can figure that out." "I see," the little girl mumbled. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I have never heard of the 9 heavens, but the Primal Expanse is a world of its own. If you traverse beyond the sky and leave this world, you will only enter an empty, endless dark world we call the Infinite Expanse." Yuan then spoke. "If the Primal Expanse is its own world, it's safe to assume that it's separate from the 9 heavens." He wondered if it was a situation similar to Earth and the 9 heavens, where the Primal Expanse used to be part of divine heaven before the split happened. "So, humans are a rarity in this place, huh?" The little girl then said. "A rarity is an understatement. Humans essentially don't exist in this world. According to legends, humans would occasionally appear in our world in the past, but it's been millions of years since we've had a human visitor. So only magical beasts exist within the Primal Expanse." Yuan asked, Magical beasts? What is that? The little girl asked. Yuan raised an eyebrow and explained, in the nine heavens, beasts with spiritual energy that lack intellect and only act upon instincts are called magical beasts. Then there are divine beasts. They are as intelligent as humans and can even transform into one, like you. The little girl fell silent again. After a moment of silence, she spoke. In the primal expanse, those who cannot speak and only act upon instincts are called primals. I am what you call a predator. Yuan found their wording quite weird, but who was he to judge their world? Primal and predators, right? I will remember that. Yuan fell silent afterward and wore a pondering expression on his face. After connecting the dots, he was certain that the primal expanse and the nine heavens were connected in some way. After all, the very rift that transported him to the primal expanse appeared after the endless beast den was destroyed. It's very likely the magical beasts that appear out of thin air came from the primal expanse. In that case, there must be a way to return to the nine heavens. He also wondered if she merely had chased after him. Either way, there's no method to contact her while I am here. In that case, Yuan turned to look at the little girl and said, I will be right back. He logged off cultivation online the next moment. When he returned to Earth, both Yuxiang and Meixiu were lying beside him. He wanted to see if Feng was also in cultivation online. When he couldn't find Feng, he used divine sense and immediately located her inside her room with the helmet on. The others were also inside cultivation online. With no other options, Yuan took out a piece of paper and began writing on it. Once he was finished, he placed the paper beside the bed and returned to cultivation online. Where did you go just now? Your presence completely disappeared. How did you do it? Yuan was bombarded with questions the moment he returned to cultivation online. If she's questioning it, it's safe to assume the Celestial Emperor's curse has no influence here, or her cultivation is simply that strong. I'll answer your questions, but can you put on some clothes first? Even if you aren't human, it doesn't feel right when I look at you. After all, the little girl looked even younger than Xiaohua. He hadn't mentioned it until now because he wasn't comfortable enough with her to make such demands, as it could offend her, who wasn't human. Clothes? What is that? She asked. Yuan pointed at his own robes and said, These are clothes, something you wear on your body to cover your skin. Oh, those? I don't have any. And why should I wear them? I don't want to feel restricted. She quickly rejected. Yuan sighed inwardly. I guess he'll just have to deal with it for now until we part ways. He didn't want to seem forceful and offend this little girl who was definitely much stronger than she appeared. By the way, if humans don't exist and you've never encountered one, why are you in the form of one? Yuan asked a question that had been on his mind for some time now. It's a popular thing to do amongst predators, but I only took this form shortly after your appearance since I figured it would be easier to have a conversation with you, she said. Is this why she somewhat resembles Xiaohua? Yuan wondered inwardly. Chapter 15, 97 Weird Spiritual Energy. Chapter 1597 Weird Spiritual Energy. By the way, my name's Yuan. What should I call you? Yuan said suddenly, recalling that he hadn't introduced himself. You can call me Ingzi, she said. So they also have names here, huh? Yuan mused to himself. Given that names are primarily a human custom, he assumed that entities in this world might not follow such practices. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized it wasn't that weird for them to have names since some of them also wear clothes. They must have learned a thing or two from the humans who have traversed this world in the past. Do you know what happened to the humans that came to this world before? Yuan decided to ask. Most of them were killed and consumed. Ingzi responded without an ounce of pity in her tone. She continued, as for those that survived, they were enslaved by predators and studied. Yuan shuddered at this information. So, there's a possibility that some humans may still exist in this world? He inquired. Ingzi pondered for a moment before nodding. It's possible, but very unlikely. The last human to appear was several million years ago, and humans cannot live that long. If they're an immortal, they should be able to survive that long, though, Yuan said. However, Before Yingzi even responded, Xiao Hua's voice resounded inside his head. Be Brother Yuan. The spiritual energy in this place is very weird. What? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Yu Ning's voice followed. I can't believe we haven't noticed this until now. While the spiritual energy in this world may seem normal at a glance, it is actually incredibly difficult to absorb. Yuan also hadn't noticed this change since their bizarre situation had completely occupied his mind. If Xiao Hua hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have noticed until much later. However, when Yuan tried to absorb the spiritual energy around him to experiment, he didn't notice any difference. Huh? Are you sure? I am absorbing it just fine, nor do I feel any difference when compared to the 9 heavens. Seriously? But when I try to absorb it, I would only get about 1% of what I should. It's like trying to breathe while being choked. Yu Ning tried to describe her own experience. It's the same for me, Xiao Hua said. Perhaps this was the real reason why Yuan hadn't noticed anything. After all, he was absorbing the spiritual energy there just fine. If the others were also having trouble absorbing the spiritual energy in this place, even immortals would slowly perish from a lack of spiritual energy. Yuan quickly understood why Yingzi claimed that humans couldn't live for so long. However, he couldn't figure out why he was able to absorb the spiritual energy there without any issues. Hey, Yingzi suddenly called out to him. Yes. What does it mean to be human? She asked, her eyes flickering with intrigue. That's a really difficult question to answer. If I were to ask you what it means to be a predator, how would you respond? Yingzi pondered for a moment before responding, I don't know. Yuan then said, the question of what it means to be human is deeply philosophical. I can't define what it means to be human universally, since everyone differs. Whether it be our culture, morals, ethics, emotions, and even biology, none of that really defines us as human. If anything, I'd say it's our soul that makes us human. Your soul? I don't understand. I also have a soul, but I'm not human, said Yingzi. I guess it'd be more accurate to say the shape of our soul. I don't know. Yuan shrugged. Yingzi fell silent again. What's she thinking now? Yuan wondered. A few moments later, Yingzi suddenly wore a look of enlightenment on her face, and she spoke. Then I'll observe you until I understand what it means to be human. You want to observe me? Yuan had a bad feeling about this. Does this mean she'll be following me as I explore this world? He wanted to politely refuse, but he had a feeling that she wouldn't care about what he had to say and would still follow him regardless. Moreover, he risked offending her by refusing her company, which might get him killed. Maybe this won't be as bad as I am imagining. She's been a great help thus far, he thought, trying to be positive about the situation. If it weren't for Yingzi, he probably would still be trying to figure out his location. He spoke a moment later. If you want to understand what it's like to be human, you can start by wearing clothes. All of the humans in my world wear clothes throughout the day. Yingzi frowned slightly at his suggestion, but it made sense. I don't have any clothes, she reminded him. Xiaohua, do you have extra clothes? He asked her since they had a similar build. Xiaohua came out of his dantian for a split second to hand him a pair of robes before quickly returning to his body to avoid attracting the beast there with her scent. However, even though it was only for a split second, the primals nearby had already noticed Xiaohua's scent and were rushing in their direction. Seeing this, Yuan quickly handed the clothes to Yingzi and said, Here, you can wear this. Come find me when you're done. Without explaining further, Yuan turned around and left the scene. Yingzi stared at the black robes in her grasp with a profound expression on her face. After spending several minutes staring at it, she reluctantly started wearing it. While Yingzi struggled to figure out how to wear the clothes, numerous primals arrived at the scene, drawn by Xiaohua's lingering scent. However, their excitement quickly turned to terror as they noticed Yingzi's presence, and they swiftly departed. Once she had managed to dress herself, Yingzi looked in the direction Yuan had gone and began chasing after him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1598 Sect Leaders of the Three Grand Sects. Chapter 1598 Sect Leaders of the Three Grand Sects. A whole week has passed since Yuan was transported to the Primal Expanse. During this time, she merely remained at the endless beast den, anxiously waiting for Yuan to return. Kelan went to speak with Senior Bai and explain the situation to him. Unsurprisingly, Senior Bai was extremely upset to hear this news. "Forgive me, Senior Bai. I have failed my mission." Kelan lowered his head and apologized. Senior Bai didn't respond for a long time before sighing. "You're not at fault. I doubt I would be able to prevent it even if I were right beside him. Also, nobody could have expected a rift to appear. Follow me." "Are we going to—" Kelan swallowed nervously and asked. Senior Bai nodded, confirming his suspicions. "Yes, we're going to speak with the Celestial Overlord." Sometime later, Senior Bai and Kelan stood before Su Jiechi, who was sitting behind her desk that was stacked with mountains of papers. "Didn't you just leave?" Su Jiechi spoke without even looking at them. Senior Bai responded, "Sorry, but this is urgent. I've been hearing that word a lot lately." "What is it this time?" Senior Bai turned to look at Kelan, his gaze gesturing to Kelan to do the speaking for obvious reasons. Kelan took a deep breath before falling to his knees and kowtowing. "Due to my incompetence, Yuan, who I've been tasked to watch over, was swallowed by a rift," he spoke in a shouting voice. However, Su Jiechi merely raised an eyebrow and muttered, "A rift? What rift?" "The ones that rarely appear when an infinite beast spawn is destroyed." Kelan clarified. "What? How did that happen?" Su Jiechi exclaimed. "This is what happened." Kelan proceeded to recall everything that led to Yuan being swallowed by the rift. Su Jiechi wore a deep frown on her face throughout the entire thing. And that's how Yuan entered the rift. Once Kelan was done, a profound silence filled the room. After a long moment of silence, Su Jiechi stood up and began walking to the exit. "Where are you going?" Senior Bai inquired. "I'm going to speak with an expert. Then, I'm going to head down to the fourth heaven," she said. "Don't take this the wrong way, but even if we go down there, what can we do? Nobody has ever returned from the other side." Senior Bai shook his head. Su Jiechi halted her movement after hearing his words. A moment later, she walked out of the room without responding. Senior Bai looked at Kelan, who appeared to be on the verge of tears from fear, and said, "Let's go." "Where?" he asked. "The fourth heaven." While Su Jiechi disappeared somewhere, Senior Bai and Kelan made their way to the fourth heaven. However, due to Senior Bai's identity and position within the Celestial Overlords, more work and effort were required before he could be permitted to enter the fourth heaven. Upon arriving at the Endless Beast Inn, Senior Bai was surprised to see many experts there. "The Three Grand Sects, huh? How are they involved?" Senior Bai asked Kelan. Kelan didn't go into detail and only recalled the important parts when he explained the situation, so Senior Bai wasn't aware the Three Grand Sects were involved. "Actually, they were the ones who were fighting with Yuan," he explained. "Huh? The Three Grand Sects? Why?" Kelan explained how Yuan thought it was silly to monetize hunting wild magical beasts, which started the whole fight. Senior Bai rubbed his eyes in a stressed manner and sighed. "What a headache." They descended shortly after. A few days before Senior Bai and Kelan arrived at the Endless Beast Inn, the sect leaders of the Three Grand Sects gathered there after being informed of the situation. "Excuse me." The sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect approached Meixiu, who hadn't moved from her spot since Kelan left. Meixiu didn't respond. Despite being ignored, the sect leader wasn't offended, or more precisely, didn't dare to be offended. He continued, "I am Du Daomi, the sect leader of the Grand Mystic Sect. I would like to apologize for what happened to your friend. Save your breath." Meixiu suddenly interrupted. "We both know you don't care." The sect leader immediately became speechless. After a moment of silence, he returned to the other two sect leaders. "It's pointless. We might actually make things worse if we try to appease her," said Du Daomi. "So what do we do? Wait for the people from Celestial Overlord to show up and kill us?" The sect leader of the Grand Harmony Sect said, "Don't say that. The Celestial Overlord is a righteous faction. They wouldn't kill us over something like this, right?" The sect leader of the Grand Defiance Sect said, In addition to the sect leaders of the three grand sects, those directly involved with the incident, such as the Grand Elders and Elder Hao, were also present. Fuck, this is all your fault, Elder Hao. Why did you have to bother that young man? Grand Elder Du cursed, blaming him for everything. Don't push your blame on me, Grand Elder. I was only doing my job. You were the one who initiated the fight. Elder Hao exclaimed. So what? I wasn't the one who destroyed the Endless Beast Den. Grand Elder Du turned to look at Grand Elder Tang and Grand Elder Lu, whose complexions were as pale as sheets. I only wanted to spectate. Grand Elder Tang was the one who pressured me into attacking him. Grand Elder Lu pointed her fingers at him. Shut up. I was only avenging Grand Elder Du and trying to save face for the three grand sects. If you weren't so weak, Grand Elder Du, we wouldn't be here right now. Grand Elder Tang redirected the blame to Grand Elder Du again, going in circles. They continued to blame each other for the next several days until Senior Bai and Kelan appeared before them. Chapter 1599 Infinite Beast Spawn Rift. Chapter 1599 Infinite Beast Spawn Rift. When Grand Elder Lu and Grand Elder Tang noticed Kelan approaching them, they immediately alerted their sect leaders. Sect leader, it's the Celestial Overlord. They're here. What? The sect leaders immediately froze after hearing this. They were too busy pondering how they could fix their situation to notice Senior Bai and Kellan's presence. Fuck, we messed up, they cried inwardly. However, they had no time to think and immediately greeted Senior Bai and Kelan. They clasped their hands and lowered their body in a respectful manner. We greet the seniors from Celestial Overlord. Kelan responded, if you're here to apologize or make excuses, you can save your breath. We're not here for you. Oh, really? You're not going to punish us? Even if it might cost me my life, I have to admit that we're partially responsible for what happened. Du Daomi lifted his head and said, well, you've admitted to being responsible. Are you going to take responsibility? How are you going to do that? Senior Bai stepped forward and asked, that's, we will no longer monetize the Endless Beast Den. Du Daomi said, of course, this decision was made on the spot without the other two sect leaders' approval. However, neither of them objected to it. Although no magical beasts are currently spawning, it was due to the appearance of a rift. Once a rift appears, no more magical beasts would spawn for at least 10 years. Senior Bai sneered at their approach to accountability. Despite what happened to Yuan, he could not bring himself to place the blame squarely on the three grand sects. If the rift hadn't appeared, what they did would only qualify as a skirmish since they wouldn't have been able to hurt Yuan, much less kill him. The Celestial Overlords were a righteous faction, and causing trouble for the three grand sects over this unfortunate incident would only tarnish their reputation. The next moment, Senior Bai walked past them and approached Shimeli. How are you doing? I am Bai Lin Yu, a friend of Yuan. Bai Lin Yu, the sect master of the gates of heaven. Those from the three great sects were greatly shocked and bewildered after learning Senior Bai's identity. Senior Bai was a prominent figure not only in the upper heavens, but also revered in the lower heavens for his virtue. To ascend the ranks of the Celestial Overlords, one must accumulate good karma through acts of righteousness. So one could imagine how much Senior Bai had done to reach his rank of Overlord. Furthermore, Senior Bai was the sect leader of the Gates of Heaven, a top-tier sect that spanned across the 5th heaven, 7th heaven, and supreme heaven. Not many sects from the upper heavens establish branches in the lower heavens due to resource constraints, but those that do are considered the elite of the elite. Bai, are you the owner of the myriad of techniques? Shimeli asked, as she recalled Yuan mentioning him to her before. Yes, you're correct. Senior Bai nodded with a friendly smile on his face. I see. After a moment of silence, Shimeli continued, please tell me you know a way to save Yuan. The smile on Senior Bai's face immediately disappeared, replaced with a perplexed expression. Unfortunately, nobody has ever returned after entering the rift. However, my superior is currently seeking an expert's help, so there might still be hope. For now, we can only wait for my superior to show up. Those from the three grand sects felt their hearts skip a beat after hearing this information. Senior Bai was an overlord of celestial overlords, so only a celestial overlord would qualify to be his supervisor. As senior, does this mean a celestial overlord will make an appearance here? The sect leader of Grand Harmony Sect asked Kelan with a nervous look on his face. Kelan looked at him and said, "Not just any celestial overlord, either. Lady Su will make an appearance herself." See celestial overlord Su Jiechi. Du Daomi fell on his buttocks after hearing her name. Among the few celestial overlords in their faction, Su Jiechi stood out as the most prominent and influential figure. She also had a reputation for being incredibly ruthless and merciless. Just her name alone would scare even the most vicious immortals out there. Su Jiechi, the celestial goddess. Grand Elder Du cried out loud. "No, we're doomed." Elder Hao fell to his knees with a despaired look on his face. Kelan understood their emotions very well. In the celestial overlords, there was nobody more fearsome than Su Jiechi, and her involvement was reserved only for the most significant of tasks. Since they're going to die anyway, I might as well ask, who is that young man? And what's his relationship with the celestial overlords? To make the celestial goddess come down to the fourth heaven, he must be very important to her. Du Daomi asked. "I don't know about his relationship with celestial overlord Su, but he's a good friend of Senior Bai and also a general within the celestial overlords." "A general? But he looked very young." Grand Elder Du exclaimed in disbelief. "That's just how talented he was." Kelan shook his head, his voice filled with disappointment. Grand Elder Du swallowed nervously as he recalled Yuan effortlessly defeating him despite having a much lower cultivation. This sort of talent was almost unheard of. Unfortunately, Yuan had gone inside the rift, and the chances of him returning were pretty much zero, so he was essentially already dead. Meanwhile, Su Jiechi was engaged in a conversation with the expert she had sought out with some difficulty. Is there a way to bring back someone who entered an infinite beast spawn rift? This expert, a tall, beautiful woman with brown hair, tan skin, and green eyes, was surrounded by many powerful magical beasts as she spoke. You should already know the answer to that question, so why waste your time coming here to ask me? Su Jiechi silently clenched her jaw and narrowed her eyes, fixing the woman with a cold, piercing glare. Chapter 1600 Yuan's Message. Chapter 1600 Yuan's message. The beasts surrounding the woman instantly sensed the threat in Su Jiechi's gaze toward their master and bared their teeth in a defensive warning display. In response, Su Jiechi's body emitted killing intent. "I don't have the time to joke with you today, Hu Yao," Su Jiechi uttered the next moment in a cold voice. Sensing her killing intent, the beasts began to howl and roar, their cries echoing with aggression. Seeing this, the woman named Hu Yao sighed. "Stop it, you idiots. You know I won't be able to avenge you guys if you fight her and perish, right?" The magical beasts immediately calmed down after hearing her words. Hu Yao continued a moment later. "To answer your question, no, there's no way to bring back someone who had entered such a rift." "Why are you asking? Did someone you know enter a rift?" "It's been a long time since I have heard of someone entering one of those." However, Su Jiechi didn't respond to her inquiries and was even walking away. "Leaving already? What's the rush? If you don't have any helpful insights, I have no reason to stay here any longer," Su Jiechi said. Hu Yao showed a mysterious smile and said, "Actually, now that I think about it, there might be a way." Su Jiechi instantly halted her movement and turned around to look at Hu Yao, who continued speaking. "If someone as powerful and as capable as you enters a rift, perhaps you might find a way to bring them back." The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed drastically as an overwhelming pressure was exuded by Su Jiechi. "I thought I said I didn't come here to joke around." Su Jiechi stared daggers at Hu Yao. "That's none of your business. You made it my business by coming to me for advice." "Who said I was joking?" "Most of the people that went to explore the rift were run-of-the-mill immortals. If someone like you were to explore the rift, there's a good chance you might make it back." Hu Yao explained with a brave smile. Su Jiechi remained silent, her expression contemplative, almost as if she were seriously considering the possibility presented to her. Huyo's eyes widened at this, and she said, "Don't tell me you're actually thinking about it. Now, I am really interested in this individual you're trying to save. That's none of your business. You made it my business by coming to me for advice. You think you're giving me advice? You've only given me nonsense." Huyao shrugged and said, "Then let me tell you this. Even if you were to enter the rift to rescue this individual, you need to find a rift to enter. A rift only remains open for a few moments before disappearing. So you need to find a new one, which is only possible by destroying infinite beast spawns, which has a very low chance of spawning. Once an infinite beast spawn is destroyed, you will need to wait at least a decade before you get another chance. And the last time a rift opened up was several thousand years ago. I have no intention of entering the rift, but thanks for nothing." Su Jiechi left shortly after. Never easy to please that woman. Huyao shook her head with a smile. A few days later, Su Jiechi arrived at the Endless Beast Denver. However, given her prominent status, she discreetly made her way into the fourth heaven to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. This time, the sect leaders of the three grand sects made sure to pay attention to their surroundings and noticed Su Jiechi's arrival almost instantly. "Who are they?" Su Jiechi pointed to those from the three grand sects with her gaze. Senior Bai gave her a quick explanation of their involvement. After learning of the full situation, Su Jiechi's gaze remained on them for a few moments, her thoughts unknown. The sect leaders were so nervous that none of them dared to utter a word without Su Jiechi's permission, and even their greeting was done in silence. In the end, Su Jiechi decided to ignore them and asked Senior Bai, "Any news on Yuan or the rift?" He shook his head and said, "Unfortunately not. What about your end?" "Nothing useful," she sighed. "So there's nothing we can do besides wait for Yuan to return by himself?" she merely asked. Su Jiechi silently nodded. Overwhelmed by emotion, Shimei's composure shattered, and she began to weep, releasing a torrent of tears she had restrained for more than a week. Seeing this, the urge to go after Yuan grew stronger inside Su Jiechi's heart. However, just as they pondered how to comfort Shimei, they noticed several individuals approaching them from a distance. For individuals, to be precise. Those ladies are. Senior Bai recognized them, as had seen them at the myriad of techniques before. They were Meixiu, Chu Yuxiang, Li Jinsi, and Lan Yingying. What are you guys doing here?" Shimei wiped her tears and forced herself to stop crying to ask them. "Yuan told us to come here," Meixiu said. "What? Yuan? How?" Shimei wore a puzzled look on her face, as did everyone else there. Let's just say I have a method to contact Yuan even when we're far away from each other. Anyway, he wanted me to tell you not to worry about him." Wait a minute. Let's slow down a little. Who are you guys? And where is Yuan now?" Su Jiechi stepped forward and asked. "They're Yuan's friends. I have seen them with him at the myriad of techniques on several occasions." Senior Bai quickly explained. Meixiu nodded and said, "But who are you?" "We were only expecting Shimei." She logged out of cultivation online several days after Yuan wrote the note. After reading it, she gathered the others and rushed to the Endless Beast Den to explain the situation to Shimei. However, only Shimei was mentioned in Yuan's note, and they weren't acquainted with anyone else there. "This may be our first time meeting like this, but I have seen you guys before with Yuan at the myriad of techniques which I own," Senior Bai said. "They're from his faction, and they came here after what happened to Yuan." Shimei further explained. "I see. Anyway, hurry up and tell us about Yuan. Is he okay? What's his situation like?" Su Jiechi inquired in an impatient manner. Chapter 16:01 A Forgotten Rumor. Chapter 16:01 A Forgotten Rumor. According to Yuan, he was taken to a place called the Primal Expanse after going through the rift, said Meixiu after Su Jiechi's impatient inquiry into Yuan's situation. "Primal Expanse? Where is that? I have never heard of this place before." Senior Bai mumbled out loud. Su Jiechi looked at Kelan with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Kelan shook his head and said, "No, I haven't heard of this place either. Primal Expanse?" However, Shimeli's face was ponderous, almost as if she was trying to recall something. Su Jiechi noticed this and quickly asked, "You have heard of it?" "I think I have heard of it, but I don't remember where or when." She sighed. Meixiu then spoke. "This is what Yuan said. The Primal Expanse appears to be its own world that exists outside the Nine Heavens, and there are no humans here, only magical beasts they call primals and predators." Upon hearing this, a spark of recognition flickered in Shimeli's mind, prompting her to exclaim, "I remember now. I recall reading about it in an ancient scroll owned by my father when I was very young. It claimed that magical beasts and divine beasts didn't simply come into existence, but actually traveled to the Nine Heavens from another world called Primal Expanse. When I asked my father about it, he said it was a rumor that was once popular during the primordial era, but has since faded into obscurity and forgotten by most people." Su Jiechi wore a serious look on her face as she digested this information. She turned to look at Meixiu and asked, "Did Yuan say anything else about this place?" "No, but he said that he'd give me an update once he explores the world a little longer." "Ah, he also said he's safe and to not worry about him, and that he will definitely return to the Nine Heavens as soon as possible." "I'm relieved to hear that he's safe for now, but he still needs to find a way back to the Nine Heavens. Moreover, the existence of this Primal Expanse has serious implications now that we've confirmed its existence," Senior Bai said. "Even if we know about its existence, what can we do about it?" Kelan shrugged. "It exists outside the Nine Heavens, and those who have gone there never returned. It might as well not exist." Su Jiechi suddenly glared at him with a dangerous gaze. Kelan trembled when he realized that Head screwed up by essentially saying that Yuan would never return from the Primal Expanse. "I believe in Yuan. He'll definitely return to us," Lan Yingying suddenly said. Sometime later, Senior Bai asked Su Jiechi, "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to see if I can learn more about the Primal Expanse, so I'll leave now. Make sure to update me whenever Yuan gives an update." "You hurt yourself, Kelan. If I am not available, you can directly notify the Celestial Overlord," Senior Bai said to Kelan. "Yes," Kelan acknowledged. He never thought he would work as a mere messenger, given his position in the faction, but he did not dare to complain and considered this as punishment for his failure to protect Yuan. Senior Bai and Su Jiechi left the scene and returned to the upper heavens shortly later. "What now?" Chu Yuxiang asked. "Well, there's nothing we can really do until Yuan updates us, so I guess we can return to training," Meixiu said. Upon hearing this, Kelan said, "If you need training, how about I train you guys? I don't mean to brag, but nobody trains as hard as me in the faction. I have nothing else to do, and I need to stay by your side to contact Yuan." They looked at him with doubtful gazes. What's with those looks? Do you not believe me? How about this? If even one of you doesn't see any significant improvements after training with me for a month, it'll give each of you an Empyrean-grade treasure." Kelan suddenly realized something and quickly said, "Ah, let me introduce myself first. My name's Kelan, and I was assigned to be Yuan's bodyguard. We're from the same faction, and I am his senior by 1 rank." Meixiu and the others began introducing themselves afterward. "This bastard is surrounded by so many beautiful women. Are they his lovers?" Kelan wondered inwardly. Once the introductions were over, Kelan turned to look at those from the 3 grand sects and said to them, "Hey, I need a favor." "Oh, of course. Whatever you need." Du Daomi immediately responded, "We're going to borrow the training facilities in your sect for a little. Don't worry, I will compensate you for the troubles." "Please, you don't need to worry about any compensation. You can use our sects as much as you want for free. We'll even give you your own living quarters." Sometime later, Kelan and the group of ladies followed Du Daomi to the Grand Mystic Sect. Meanwhile, in the Primal Expanse, after spending several days running because Xiaohua had to reveal her scent, Yuan finally came to a halt. Without even looking back, Yuan had a feeling that Yingzi was behind him. He slowly turned around to look behind him, and sure enough, Yingzi was standing there, wearing Xiaohua's clothes. However, It was evident that Ingzi had never worn clothes before, given the disheveled way she had managed to put them on. You're wearing them incorrectly. Let me help you, Yuan said to her. Ingzi silently nodded. Yuan approached her and had to completely strip her naked before he could even begin fixing her clothes. After helping her with the clothes, Yuan said, "Since I don't know anything about this world, do you mind giving me a tour?" "Where would you like to go?" she asked. "Do you have cities in this world?" "I don't know what cities are," she said. A city is an area in which a large number of people, or primals and predators, in your case, live close together. It's a community of sorts. Yuan explained. Chapter 16, O2 Sword-Head Serpent's Territory. Chapter 16, O2 Sword-Head Serpent's Territory. A place where primals and predators live together? We call those territories here. For example, we're currently in the Sword-Head Serpent's territory. Ingzi said. Yuan surveyed their surroundings with a raised eyebrow and further clarified. There's been a slight misunderstanding. Cities also have buildings for dwelling and marketplaces where you can buy or sell things. There's no place like that in the Primal Expanse. While the idea of buying and selling exists, it's rarely practiced. Most predators engage in trade, but for everyone else, acquisition typically involves taking directly from others. Ingzi said, in the Primal Expanse, the saying "the strong prey on the weak" was not just a principle, but a stark reality. Here, if someone desired something, they simply took it by force. And since trading was the norm, there was no need for currencies in this world. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Then, do you know a way to leave this place?" "I don't understand. I'm trying to return to my own world," he clarified. "I'm not sure that's even possible." Ingzi shook her head. "There has to be a way. In my world, we have these specific areas where magical beasts, primals, spawn endlessly, and I believe they came from this world. The fact that I managed to travel to this world proves that our worlds are connected in some way. Even if you say that, I have no clue. However, I may know someone who does. Can you take me to them? In exchange for something. What do you want? Something from your world. Do you have anything specific in mind?" Yuan asked. "No, not really." Yuan pondered for a moment before retrieving several things from his spatial ring. The first item was a spirit stone. He didn't know if they existed in the Primal Expanse and wanted to find out. He also took out several divine-grade treasures and some random pills. Lastly, he took out some food, mostly meat skewers that he had saved up for occasions. "Is there anything you want?" Ingzi inspected all of the items with great interest. Her eyes were essentially sparkling with excitement. "What is this?" Ingzi pointed to the spirit stone and asked. "It's a spirit stone. We, humans, use it to cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy contained inside. We also use it as a currency to buy things." "What about these things?" "They smell very nice." Ingzi pointed to the meat skewers next. "They're meat skewers. This one is made from beef. This one is from chicken. This one is made from lamb." Yingzi's gaze danced back and forth between the spirit stone and meat skewers without giving the treasures even a single glance. After a moment of pondering, she pointed to the meat skewers and said, "I want these." Yuan nodded and handed her 12 sticks, 4 of each flavor. Ingzi accepted the skewers with a smile on her face. This was Yuan's first time seeing any real emotion on her face. However, the unique and rich aroma of the skewers quickly permeated the area, alerting the primals nearby. Since skewers were unknown in the Primal Expanse, their enticing aroma was as novel and irresistible as the scent of humans, sending the primals into a frenzy. When Yuan noticed this, he immediately said to Ingzi, "Can you quickly finish eating before the others arrive?" However, Ingzi shook her head and said, "No, I will slowly savor this food at my own pace. If anyone dares to steal from me, I will kill them." Yingzi's presence was still non-existent, so the nearby primals could only smell Yuan and the skewers. Dragons were at the top of the food chain in the Primal Expanse, so primals instinctively avoided them. Thus, no one dared to approach Yuan despite his relatively low cultivation level. However, this caution was abandoned once they caught the enticing scent of the meat skewers. Yuan wanted to run away, but he also wanted to see Yingzi's prowess. In the end, he decided to stay with her. A few moments later, the first primal to appear before them resembled a colossal elephant as large as a mountain, its brown skin adorned with red spots across its body. Just its size alone was menacing enough, but its strength was also at the divine, sovereign level. Yet, when its gaze landed on Yingzi, who wasn't even looking at it, the massive creature's body trembled, and a deep sense of fear flickered in its eyes. After a loud, trumpet-like roar, the elephant turned around and stomped away faster than it approached them. What the? Yuan was surprised by the primal's reaction. The elephant-like primal's reaction to Yingzi was puzzling, as she wasn't exuding any presence or aura of danger that could explain why such a formidable creature would flee from her. This hinted at unseen powers within Yingzi that Yuan did not yet comprehend. The next several primals that appeared reacted similarly to the first. Each time their gaze landed on Yingzi, they displayed an intense reaction of fear, quickly turning and fleeing as if their lives depended on it. As for Yingzi, she didn't even bother looking at the primals that showed up and continued to enjoy the skewers in her grasp at her own place. Many minutes later, when Yingzi reached her last skewer, Yuan suddenly sensed an unfathomable presence appear, and it was quickly approaching them. What a powerful presence! This primal must be at a level that rivals an immortal. Yuan cried inwardly. When he turned to investigate the presence, he saw a massive black snake, even larger than the elephant, with a horn shaped like a sword protruding from its head. Is that the sword-head serpent? Yuan asked Yingzi. Looks like it, she calmly confirmed. Will you be fine against it? Yingzi didn't respond, as she was busy chewing the meat in her mouth. The sword-head serpent arrived shortly later. However, unlike the other primals, it did not immediately run away after seeing Yingzi. Although it still showed fear in its gaze, it refused to run away for some reason. Chapter 16:03 Chaotic Essence. Chapter 16:03 Chaotic Essence. After silently staring at Yingzi for several moments, the sword-head serpent spoke. If you value your life, leave behind that meat and get out of my territory. Having a territory named after oneself signifies dominion over that area, and entering another's domain without permission typically invites conflict. Should the sword-head serpent flee from an unwelcome guest in its own territory, it would risk becoming a laughingstock, vulnerable to attacks from others who might perceive it as weak. This was why the sword-head serpent refused to flee despite its fear of Yingzi. Driven by the need to protect its territory and maintain its pride and honor, it was prepared to face even death rather than show weakness and risk losing the territory that it had ruled for many decades. In response to the sword-head serpent's threat, Yingzi simply glanced at it. Her look alone sent an unfathomable wave of fear coursing through the sword-head serpent, paralyzing it with dread. However, the sword-head serpent somehow managed to shake off the fear and move to strike Yingzi. Seeing the sword-head serpent approach, Yingzi pointed at it with her empty skewer sticks. In the next instant, the serpent froze completely as a massive black spike emerged from the ground, or, more precisely, from its own shadow, impaling its body with lethal precision. The life in the sword-head serpent's eyes vanished instantly, and its lifeless body thudded heavily to the ground, sending a resounding echo through the area. Yuan was left speechless by how effortlessly Yingzi had disposed of the sword-head serpent, which would rival the strength of an immortal in the nine heavens. She's much more fearsome than I'd expected, he swallowed inwardly. Once she finished all of the skewers, Yingzi said, Okay, they'll bring you to that individual now. Follow me. Yingzi suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. He wasn't even able to follow her movement, much less follow her in person. Yingzi returned a few moments later and asked him, What's wrong? Why aren't you following me? You're too fast for me. I couldn't even see your movements, let alone follow you, he sighed. Can you slow down a little? If we travel at your pace, it'll take centuries to reach our destination, she said. Centuries? How massive is this place? Yuan was dumbfounded to hear this. Very. Yuan sighed. Is there no other way? Asking me to travel at your speed is unreasonable and, quite frankly, impossible. I can help you, but I want that shiny object you call Spirit Stone, Ingzi said. Deal. Yuan immediately retrieved the biggest and shiniest Spirit Stone in his possession before handing it to her. Ingzi played around with the Spirit Stone for a few minutes before tossing it inside her shadow. The ability to manipulate shadow. Huh? Yuan thought to himself. Okay, let's go. Ingzi suddenly enveloped Yuan with a mysterious energy before bringing him with her. The method she used was similar to using chi manipulation to move something or someone. They were moving so fast that Yuan only saw a blurred background as they traveled. Ingzi, what's this weird energy you're using? It feels like spiritual energy, but it's clearly not. Yuan asked. You mean chaotic essence? It's what we use to cultivate, she explained. There are two types of essence in this world. Chaotic essence and pure essence. There isn't much pure essence, but that doesn't matter since we can only cultivate chaotic essence. Yuan wondered if this was the reason why Yuning and Xiaohua claimed they couldn't cultivate properly. Pure essence must be spiritual energy. However, this world lacks spiritual energy, and humans cannot absorb chaotic essence. It's almost like the 9 heavens, but inverted. In that case, chaotic essence might be something like impurity for us. It didn't take long for Yuan to understand the power sources of Primal Expanse. By the way, how long will it take to arrive at our destination now? He asked a moment later. About half a year, she calmly responded. Half a year? Yuan cried out loud. He had never anticipated that reaching their destination would take so long. At this rate, he might be stuck in the Primal Expanse for much longer than he had desired. Yet, there was nothing he could do. If it weren't for Ingzi, he might actually be stuck in this world forever. When the divine heaven used to be one world, it would take immortals hundreds of years to travel around the world without teleports. Yuning suddenly recalled. At the speed we're currently traveling, I wouldn't be surprised if this little girl already surpasses the fastest flying treasure in existence, she continued. Do you know what kind of bloodline she has? She appears to have the ability to manipulate shadows. Yuan asked. I know of several bloodlines that can control shadows to a certain extent, and from what I've seen so far, it doesn't rule out any of them. I'll let you know once I lower the candidates. All right, what about chaotic essence? Do you know anything similar to that in the 9 heavens? Yuning pondered for a moment before responding. There are several areas in the divine heaven where cultivators are unable to cultivate due to the chaotic spiritual energy, such as the primordial chaos. I have never been to these places myself, so I cannot confirm firsthand, but according to what I've heard from those who have experienced it, it's similar to what I am experiencing in this world. How come I am able to absorb this chaotic essence? He wondered inwardly. Yuan tried to absorb the spiritual energy there again, and sure enough, his body absorbed everything without any issue. As for the quality of the energy, it was incomparably better than the 4th heaven. Half a year, huh? What should I do in the meantime? Yuan began pondering how he should spend the next half a year. Chapter 16:04 Training with Kelan. Chapter 16:04 Training with Kelan. While Yuan journeyed through the Primal Expanse with Ingzi, Su Jiechi was traversing the 9 heavens, gathering more information about the Primal Expanse. Since this topic was related to magical beasts, she focused on meeting the beast clans, such as the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. At one of the most ancient dragon clans in the Supreme Heaven, Su Jiechi requested to meet with their historian. The Primal Expanse, huh? It's been a very long time since someone has brought this place up. The Dragon Clan's historian, Long Qi, spoke with interest as he combed his white beard. He retrieved a large, ancient scroll and opened it, revealing all sorts of information on the Primal Expanse. Don't let the amount of information here fool you, Lady Su. They're all just speculations and rumors. In truth, nobody has been to the Primal Expanse. Then where did the rumor even come from? Who started it? Su Jiqi asked. Do you know how some people claim they have memories of their past life? Well, some beasts vaguely recall a place called the Primal Expanse, where they lived in their past life. According to these individuals, the Primal Expanse is strictly ruled by beasts, so no humans exist there. It's exactly like how Yuan described that place. Su Jiqi thought to herself. Do you mind if I borrow this scroll? She asked Long Qi a moment later. Of course, but why are you suddenly interested in the Primal Expanse, if you don't mind me asking? Su Jiqi pondered whether she should reveal the fact that the Primal Expanse was not just a rumor, but existed somewhere outside the Nine Heavens. I heard someone mention it, and it piqued my interest. That's all. In the end, Su Jiqi decided not to reveal this information yet, fearing it might make the world a little chaotic. I need more information about the Primal Expanse before I reveal this information, if I even should, she thought to herself. After leaving the Dragon Clan, Su Jiqi visited the Phoenix Clan and asked for information on the Primal Expanse. She would visit multiple clans over the next several weeks, gathering as much information as she could. Meanwhile, Meixiu and the others began their training with Kelan after a quick assessment. It only took a single 5-minute spar with each of them for Kelan to understand their prowess and how to train them. I will spend a day training each of you, starting from the one I think is the weakest currently. Kellan's gaze fell on Meixiu as he spoke. So, you'll be first. Okay, she nodded. I already knew I was quite weak compared to the others, but it still hurts. Meixiu sighed inwardly. Although she had been rigorously trained in combat by her mother from a young age to serve the Yu family, she couldn't match Chu Yuxiang, who had the advantage of training with a cultivator since childhood. Kelan shifted his gaze to Chu Yuxiang next. You'll be training with me after her. Then he looked at Lan Yingying and said, You're third. On the 4th day, you'll be training with me. Kelan looked at Meixiu, who wore a surprised expression on her face. Huh? Me? She pointed at herself, seemingly in disbelief. Yes, you, Kelan confirmed. Meixiu turned to look at Li Jinsi for a moment before looking at Kelan again. You think she's stronger than me? Surely, you are mistaken. Meixiu couldn't believe that she would be weaker than Li Jinsi, who had a much lower cultivation. Kelan shook his head and explained, while your cultivation is indeed superior, when it comes to experience and execution in combat, she is superior. How is that possible? There's no way she has more experience than me. I have lived for over 10,000 years. Meixiu refused to believe that someone as young as Li Jinsi would have more combat experience than her. You don't have to believe me. The two of you can spar with each other, without any cultivation. Kelan shrugged. Meixiu looked at Li Jinsi, who calmly nodded and said, I can do it. Meixiu then said, Please don't take this the wrong way. I just have a hard time believing that you have more experience than me. Don't worry, I won't. Li Jinsi said. They entered one of the arenas available at the Grand Mystic Sects training ground sometime later. For this spar, you're not allowed to use your cultivation or techniques, so you'll be limited to just your weapon and the basics. Movement techniques are allowed. Good luck, Meixiu said to her. You too. While Meixiu and Li Jinsi fought each other, Yuan asked Yingzi to stop for a little so he could write a note for Meixiu. Where did you go just now? You never gave me an answer. Yingzi questioned him. It's a little complicated. Yuan wasn't sure how to explain cultivation online in a way that she would understand. He pointed at his body and said, You see this body? It's actually not my real body, but a part of my soul. My real body is somewhere far, far away, and I have the ability to return to my real body whenever I want. Whenever I return to my real body, this one will disappear until I return. Do you understand? Yingzi took a moment to understand his words. Eventually, she nodded and said, I understand. Where's your real body? Is it in the Nine Heavens? No, it's actually outside the Nine Heavens, sort of like the Primal Expanse. However, that world is much smaller. If this isn't your real body, why do you need to find a way to leave the Primal Expanse? Can't you just create another body? Yingzi then asked. Even if this isn't my real body, it's still part of my soul, which is arguably even more valuable than my physical body, so I can't just abandon it, Yuan said. Is that so? They resumed their journey shortly after. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 16:05 Meixiu's Training. Chapter 16:05 Meixiu's Training. This is ridiculous. She Mei cried inwardly as she desperately defended herself against Li Jinxi's endless assault. It had only been several minutes since they started their spar, yet she was already pushed into a corner. She Mei had never anticipated that someone other than Yuan could possess such outrageous talents. Wow! Li Jinxi's growth has been tremendous lately. What kind of training did she undergo in seclusion? Yuxiang muttered, her voice filled with awe. Despite having trained for the same amount of time, Li Jinxi's progress had far outstripped her own. Her experience doesn't match her age, but I could say the same thing about Yuan and many other geniuses out there, Kelan said. In this world, there are 3 types of talent. Those who are gifted just enough to be above the average, those who stand above the majority as true geniuses, and then we have monsters that defy logic. Li Jinxi's talent would enter the monster category. As for Yuan, I believe he is a separate kind of monster, the type that dominates over other monsters. Many minutes later, Li Jinxi barely secured her victory against Meixiu. You're very strong. Other than 2 other people, you're the 3rd person ever to push me this far, Li Jinxi said afterward, her body soaked in sweat. Besides Yuan, who is the other individual? Meixiu asked as she lay on the arena with a dazed look on her face. She's our mentor, Li Jinxi said as she turned to look at Meixiu and Yuxiang. After a moment of silence, Meixiu released a deep sigh and said, I admit defeat. You're definitely better than me when it comes to fighting experience. I apologize for looking down on you. Li Jinxi extended her hand and smiled. It's okay. Meixiu accepted the hand and was pulled back to her feet. We will begin our training tomorrow, Kelan said to them before dismissing them a moment later. Everyone returned to their own living quarter, which was provided by the Grand Mystic Sect. Meixiu logged off after returning to her room. The first thing she did was look for Yuan's note, and sure enough, there was one by the bed. Her eyes widened with surprise after reading it. Half a year just to visit someone who may or may not know how to leave the Primal Expanse. Meixiu knew it would take a while, but she hadn't anticipated it would be to this extent. Once she finished reading, Meixiu began writing her own note. She mentioned their meeting with Senior Bai and Su Jiechi and their training sessions with Kelan and suggested scheduling a meeting to discuss their experiences in more detail in a few weeks during the Eternal Lotuses boot camp. The following day, Meixiu began her training with Kelan. I see. So he won't be back for at least half a year. That will be more than enough time to transform you guys. Now, in order to wield a bow properly, you must first build a foundation and strengthen your body. So I'll begin with tempering your body. Kelan retrieved a spatial pouch and handed it to her. You will use these when you're not training with me to temper your body. It will be very painful, but it's the fastest and most effective way to temper your body. I also grabbed a few body tempering techniques for you. You can choose the one you like the most. Since you're not trying to become a body refiner like myself, you don't need any crazy body tempering technique. Meixiu spent the next hour reading the techniques before choosing one. Good. Then, we'll focus on your technique today. We will begin your training next week. Kelan spent the entire day helping Meixiu comprehend the technique. At the end of the day, Meixiu returned to her living quarters and began her body tempering process. Inside the spatial pouch provided by Kelan contained all sorts of medicine that could only be found in the upper heavens. While they were not priceless treasures, it wasn't something that could be obtained easily. This wasn't Meixiu's first time tempering her body, since she would occasionally temper her real body. In fact, every member of the Demon Sealing faction tempered their body to a certain extent. Not only did it strengthen their bodies, but it also helped them with Leah's Spartan-like training. After following Kelan's instructions inside a jade slip, Meixiu tossed a specific medicine into the bathtub. After waiting for half an hour, she entered the hot water. The moment the tip of her toes touched the water, intense pain coursed through her entire body. "Ah!" Meixiu exclaimed, immediately jumping back and staring at the bathtub with wide eyes. She had endured many painful moments in the past, from her first body-tempering experience to training with Leah, but none compared to the excruciating pain she had just experienced. However, she could already feel her body strengthening just from that slight touch. Meixiu silently stood there, staring at the bathtub with a nervous gaze. Eventually, she clenched her teeth and entered the bathtub again, sticking an entire foot inside the water. And Meixiu nearly lost consciousness from the pain, but managed to endure it. Many minutes later, once she felt like she could endure more, she submerged her other foot into the water. An hour later, she submerged the rest of her body in the water, which increased the pain substantially. Meixiu couldn't handle the pain for long and jumped out of the bath a minute later to catch a breath. Over the next several hours, Meixiu repeated this process, slowly increasing the time she could remain submerged in the water. The medicine was so potent that even after an entire day, the water retained its full strength, as effective as when it was first prepared. As for Meixiu's condition, she felt better than ever before, her body brimming with energy. Although the experience was incredibly painful, the rewards were significant enough to motivate her to continue. Chapter 16:06 Qi Resistance Ball. Chapter 16:06 Qi Resistance Ball. The day after Meixiu's training, Yuxiang met Kelan at the training grounds. As someone who specializes in spiritual attacks, you need to focus on increasing your spiritual energy, spiritual strength, and your control. While increasing your spiritual energy will come naturally through cultivation, in order to increase your spiritual strength and control, you need specific techniques and rigorous training. Kelan retrieved a black, round metal ball from his spatial ring. At first glance, this metal ball appeared quite ordinary, but it gave out a peculiar aura that made Yuxiang feel anxious. This is a Qi resistance ball. As its name suggests, it has very high resistance against spiritual energy, even outright repelling it if it's weak enough. Your training will consist of levitating this Qi resistance ball until you can hover it above your head and keep it there for an hour. Give it a try. Yuxiang nodded and proceeded to wrap her spiritual energy around the ball. However, the moment her spiritual energy touched the ball, she immediately lost control, causing it to disperse into the air. What? Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise, and she quickly tried again, only to find that the results were the same. Not only is your spiritual energy too weak, but your control is also atrocious. The spiritual energy was too flimsy. Watch how I do it, Kelan said before wrapping his spiritual energy around the ball, lifting it into the air with seemingly no effort. Can you see the difference? He asked her. Yes. While my spiritual energy is spread apart like a cloud of mist, yours are tightly compressed and wrap around the ball like sheets, Yuxiang explained, highlighting the difference between the way they manipulated their spiritual energy. Kelan nodded in approval and took out a technique before handing it to her. This will teach you how to properly control your spiritual energy. For the next 2 hours, Yuxiang studied the technique. Once she had memorized it, she tried to pick up the Qi resistance ball again. However, while her control over her spiritual energy had improved, it was still nowhere near being able to touch the ball, much less pick it up. Yuxiang returned to studying the technique again, and Kelan would give her advice here and there. By the end of the day, while Yuxiang still failed to pick up the ball, she was able to cover it with her spiritual energy without it dispersing. You can keep the Qi resistance ball to practice on your own time. I want significant improvements by our next session, said Kelan. It was Lan Yingying's turn the next day. Before we begin, I must admit that out of the entire group, it's going to be the trickiest to train you. who specializes in sacred fire, Kelan said to her. I can't use sacred fire, and I'm unfamiliar with such techniques. However, I know someone who is, and I have already contacted them for assistance. Until they respond, I will have you focus on strengthening your spiritual energy like Yuxiang. When she first started, Lan Yingying was unable to touch the ball, just like Yuxiang. However, after a day of training with the Qi resistance ball, Lan Yingying managed to levitate the ball an inch off the ground for 3 seconds. The next day, it was Meixiu's turn to train. Since your lack of experience is your biggest weakness, that's what we'll be focusing on, Kelan said to her. The fastest way to gain experience was through practice, so they immediately began sparring with each other. However, even after sparring for an entire day without any breaks, Meixiu was not even close to landing a hit on Kelan. It felt like she was fighting a ghost, one that could anticipate all of her movements and perfectly avoid them. After spending an entire day analyzing your style, I understand why you're lacking in experience despite having 10,000 years of experience. Your fighting style is outdated, Kelan said at the end of their training. Oh, outdated? How is that even possible? Meixiu said. Typically, in the cultivation world, the older something is, the more valued it tends to be. This is why ancient treasures and techniques are highly sought after. Not everything improves with age. In some areas, modern knowledge surpasses the old, your fighting style being one of them. Meixiu was left speechless, unable to refute Kelan's point. The style she had learned was indeed ancient, dating back millions of years to when the Shi family first entered seclusion. And within such isolation, advancements tend to occur at a much slower pace. It's not going to be easy to adjust your fighting style, considering you've spent thousands of years honing it and engraving its movements into your muscle memory. But once you manage to do so, you'll see a significant increase in performance, Kelan explained. I will find you a new style that resembles your current style in a few days. We can start your real training next week. Legion C showed up the next day for her training. Frankly, your techniques are impeccable, and I have no criticisms there. However, it's clear that your body is struggling to keep up with your movements, Kelan said. He continued, in order to narrow the gap between your abilities and your bonus limits, you will focus on tempering your body, much like Meixiu. However, you will need to push even further than her, perhaps 2 steps further. It's going to be painful, but once you've achieved a physique that can handle your abilities, your prowess will skyrocket to unimaginable levels. Will it be enough to beat Yuan? Legion C suddenly asked an unexpected question. Kelan was caught off guard by such a question and didn't know how to respond for a moment. I'll be honest with you. The chances of catching up to him are near zero, much less defeating him. However, nothing is impossible in this world. With enough luck and dedication, even a cripple can even surpass a god. That's good enough for me, Legion C said with an eager smile. Sometime later, Kelan spent several hours sparring with her before sending her home with a bunch of body tempering medicine, but they were several times more potent than the ones he gave Meixiu. Chapter 16:07 The Real Boot Camp. Chapter 16:07 The Real Boot Camp. In the blink of an eye, several weeks have passed since Yuan entered the Primal Expanse, and his group started training with Kelan. We'll return in 3 days. Meixiu notified Kelan of their absence due to Eternal Lotus's boot camp. That's fine. Make sure to pass on my message to Yuan. Kelan nodded in acknowledgement. Of course. After logging off together, Meixiu and Yuxiang were greeted by the sound of heavenly music coming from their balcony. When they looked at the balcony, they could see Yuan playing the zither. They joined him on the balcony and waited for him to finish. Sometime later, they talked about their training with Kelan and conveyed his message. How's your training with Kelan? I haven't known him for long, but he's definitely one of the strongest people I've met. Yuan asked. It's only been a few weeks, and my prowess has already increased significantly. While Manager Leah trains us through brute force and teaches us how to fight, Kelan trains us individually and focuses on our weaknesses and foundation. Yuxiang said. Meixiu nodded, agreeing with her, and said, I never thought having a proper teacher would have such drastic differences. I wouldn't be surprised if he has many disciples under him. I guess I'll have to thank him once I return. Yuan smiled. Speaking of your situation, how is it? Meixiu asked. The same as usual. We've been traveling at a speed that even I cannot comprehend without any rest, but we're still many months away from our destination. The Primal Expanse is unfathomably massive. Kelan has a message for you. He said that Lady Sue is currently researching the Primal Expanse, and would you like to learn as much about it as you can? He nodded. I was already planning on doing that. Although the Primal Expanse exists outside the 9 heavens, it is still connected to them in some way. Sometime later, the Demon Sealing faction made their way to the Eternal Lotuses' residence. When they arrived, around 90% of their members were standing in a formation, waiting for their arrival. There's more people here than I expected. Wang Ming commented after he saw this. Had only expected half of them after what they experienced last time. The Eternal Lotuses members trembled after seeing Wang Ming, and the others smile. Even if the majority of you quit after today, I applaud you for showing up and giving it a chance despite what you experienced during the trial. Shirlang said to them, what you will experience in the next 3 days will be much harsher than the trial, but you will definitely become much stronger. Wang Bingbing said. The group swallowed nervously at such words, and many of them had regretful expressions on their faces. After the introductions, they were split into smaller groups again to make training more effective. However, Yuan did not participate and only watched as a spectator. Though he would occasionally give advice to the instructor, as well as the participants. The boot camp was gruesome and Spartan-like, with the participants training until they threw up or fainted. 10% of the participants gave up within an hour, and 50% gave up in just the first half of the day. By the end of the day, only 30% remained. Good job enduring today. Now, you just need to endure the next 2. Wang Ming said, reminding them that the boot camp was a 3-day event. One of the participants then asked out loud, that's physically impossible. We're all completely drained. We won't have enough energy tomorrow, much less for the remaining 2 days. Yuan stepped forward and said, don't worry. We have something that will not only help you with your recovery, but also strengthen your body simultaneously. Really? What is it? A medicine bath, he said. There's a public hot spring available on the Dragon Spiral Mountain. I have already reserved the whole place, too. A hot spring. The participants were excited upon hearing this. After giving them some time to recover enough energy to walk, they descended the mountain until they reached the lower area where the hot spring was located. An old lady was waiting for them outside when they arrived. Welcome to the Dragon Hot Spring, young Master Yuan. The old lady bowed to him respectfully. The hot spring was divided into 2 sections, one for males and another for females, each spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 1,000 people. As the exhausted participants submerged themselves in the medicinally enhanced waters, they felt the exhaustion swiftly drain from their bodies. Wow, what kind of magical water is this? I have never felt anything like this before. All of my exhaustion went away like smoke. How is that possible? The participants couldn't believe the hot spring's potent effect. If I had known there was a place like this here, I would have come here every day. However, Wang Bingbing said, actually, this is just a normal hot spring, so you wouldn't get to experience this if you come here at another time. This medicine bath was specifically prepared for you by Yuan. Meanwhile, at the male's side, Wang Ming asked, what kind of medicine did you put in here, Yuan? I would like to bathe in this once in a while. Medicine? I didn't put any medicine in here, he calmly said. Huh? Then what did you put in here? I fused my spiritual energy with the water, so you're bathing in my spiritual energy, he revealed. What? Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. You could do such a thing with spiritual energy? I didn't know that. Shirlang muttered. The concept is similar to transferring your spiritual energy to another individual to replenish their energy. However, in this case, since there isn't any method to contain the spiritual energy, you will need to constantly fuse your spiritual energy with the water, or ITLL quickly lose effect. In other words, only you can do something like this. Wu Zhao said. Once you increase your cultivation, you can also do it. However, unless someone does it for you, it wouldn't benefit you. Yuan explained. Chapter 1608 The Real Boot Camp 2. Chapter 1608 The Real Boot Camp 2. The members of Eternal Lotuses soaked in the hot spring for 2 hours. By the time they emerged, not only had all traces of their exhaustion vanished, but they also felt stronger than they had at the start of the day. When they returned to their residence, those who had quit or who didn't participate in the boot camp were absolutely bewildered to see them so energetic. What the hell? Why do you all look so energetic? You spent the entire day training at their boot camp, right? I was only there for 4 hours, but I'm still exhausted. Of course, we were exhausted. However, they had us bathe in a medicine bath at the Dragon Hot Spring, relieving us of all exhaustion in just 2 hours. It not only made our exhaustion disappear, it even strengthened our bodies and boosted our cultivation. Dragon Hot Spring? There's a hot spring here? What? Such a place exists. I'm going to go bathe there right now. Since the members that bathed in Yuan's spiritual energy weren't aware of the hot spring's true nature, they didn't stop the other members from rushing to the Dragon Hot Spring. When these members arrived at the hot spring and soaked in the water, they were baffled when they were still exhausted and nothing was happening. Were they messing with us because we didn't participate in the boot camp? This is just a normal hot spring. Surely, they can't be that petty. They called a medicine bath, right? Perhaps they'd already absorbed all of the medicine. Someone there made a sound judgment. I guess the medicine bath is only a privilege for those who endured that hellish training. These members quickly left the hot spring after realizing that it had lost its healing effects, and most of them contemplated on giving the boot camp another chance. Later that night, the Demon Sealing faction had dinner together. Have you guys done any faction wars since our last one? Yuan asked them. Who would dare to send us a challenge after what you did to the fiery garden of hell? Wang Ming shook his head. The faction war scene has exploded in popularity and participation because of the formation, though, Feng commented. Any movements from the 10 great families or the government? Yuan then asked. No, they have been awfully silent. However, I was told by manager Leah that there have been many people watching the Dragon Spiral Mountain. She's not doing anything about it. Yuan raised an eyebrow. She said that as long as they don't enter the Dragon Spiral Mountain or cause trouble, they have no reason to act. Sounds fair. Yuan nodded. Actually, I have something to say. Wang Xiaoying suddenly raised her hand. What's the matter? I don't know if this is related, but there's been many people trying to contact me through my grandfather. Dr. Wang. Yuan frowned slightly at this news. I wouldn't think too deeply into it. After all, our exposure exploded after Yin Xiaoxiao's interview was released. Su Murong commented. Murong's right. In fact, it would be weird if nobody tried to reach out to you. Hong Xiuquan said. I guess you're right. Wang Xiaoying nodded. It's never bad to be cautious, Yuan said. He continued, speaking of Dr. Wang. How is he doing lately? The same as usual, I guess. Ah, he started cultivating recently. Oh, then I will need to send him some support. Yuan said. Although it was a job, Dr. Wang looked out for him since childhood. If it weren't for Dr. Wang, he might have died before Cultivation Online came out. It's okay. I have already sent him some pills and resources to help with his cultivation. Wang Xiaoying said. Still, I should trust me, it's fine. Wang Xiaoying interrupted. I bet you're going to give him valuable resources, correct? His cultivation is too low to even use them. You can help him once he increases his cultivation a little more. Okay? If you say so. Yuan nodded. Later that night, Yuan and Meixiu spent the night together in Meixiu's old room, while Chu Yuxiang slept alone. After spending several hours passionately embracing each other, Yuan commented on her physique at the end. I can tell that you've been training really hard. Your body is incomparably sturdier than before. Huh, is my body that hard? Meixiu began panicking. worried that Shed tempered her body too much. Yuan chuckled and said, I didn't mean literally. Your body is still very soft and pleasing to touch, so there's no need to worry. Meixiu blushed at such words. The next day, when the Demon Sealing faction arrived for the second day of boot camp, they were pleasantly surprised to find that many of the participants who had quit the previous day had returned, ready to continue their training. What happened? What made you change your heart? Lang asked them. These returning participants explained that they were motivated to rejoin after seeing the significant improvements their peers had made after just one day of training. I'm glad to hear that you'll give another chance, but actions speak louder than words. With that said, no matter how many times you quit, we won't stop you from returning. Wang Ming said. They started training shortly after, with the second day proving even more intense than the first. Many of those who had quit on the first day found themselves unable to withstand the increased rigor, while those who had endured the initial day's challenges barely managed to hold on through the entire session. Surprisingly, by the end of the second day, a higher number of participants completed the training compared to the first day. Although the increase was modest, it was still an impressive achievement, given the heightened intensity of the day's challenges. Soon, they were rewarded by the spiritual hot spring. Wow, this is even better than I anticipated. I'm so glad I held on. One of the participants who had quit on the first day exclaimed after experiencing the hot spring. Instructor Wang, only those who have endured the training can enjoy this luxury, correct? Another asked. That's right. Those who quit won't be allowed in here. Wang Bingbing confirmed. Chapter 1609, half a year later. Chapter 1609, half a year later, after spending 2 hours at the Dragon Hot Spring, everyone returned to their living quarters. Only 2 days have passed since they started training, but the members of Eternal Lotuses who didn't quit were already experiencing tremendous growth. All had at least 2 breakthroughs, while some even had 4 breakthroughs. As for those who had stopped training on the first day, but returned on the second day, they had at least 1 breakthrough. The rest of the Eternal Lotuses were envious of their exponential growth and contemplated returning to training. Later that night, Yuan spent the rest of the night with Chu Yuxiang. Is the Primal Expanse a dangerous place? Chu Yuxiang asked at the end of their passionate session, which lasted for hours. Yes, it's a gruesome place where only the strong survive. Doesn't that apply to our world as well? It's much more so over there, where humans don't exist. When humans want something, the normal ones will negotiate for it. However, according to what I was told, they forcefully acquire everything in the Primal Expanse. It's a place where laws don't exist and the strong rules over the weak. The law of the jungle, huh? I guess that makes sense since it's a world of beasts. Be safe over there. Yuan smiled and said, unless my immortal monarch's dominion doesn't work on the beasts there, I should be relatively safe no matter what I'm up against. I also have an expert guiding me. He had been curious whether the immortal monarch's dominion would affect the beasts in the Primal Expanse, but he hadn't yet had the opportunity to test it. The following day, even more participants showed up at the boot camp than on the second day. However, as many had expected, the third day of boot camp was even more torturous than the previous 2 days combined. Every single participant had either puked or lost consciousness at least once. Fortunately for them, the training ended earlier than anticipated, and they were rewarded with a 4-hour spiritual bath. Good work, everyone. Welcome back next month for the next boot camp session. The next day, everyone from the Demon Sealing faction except Feng and Yuan went to the mountain's peak to train with Leah. Where have the 3 of you been lately? You haven't been showing up to training. Leah asked Meixiu, Chu Yuxiang, and Li Jinsi, who had spent most of their time training with Kelan. Meixiu explained the situation to Leah, who said afterward, I understand. Let me see how much you've improved through your new trainer. If it's good enough, you won't need to attend my training any longer. The following hour, Meixiu and the other 2 had a sparring session with Leah, who was quickly surprised by their drastic improvements. Heavens, who's training them? They've improved so much that they're almost unrecognizable. Wang Ming exclaimed. In just a month, Meixiu and Yuxiang, who had consistently ranked at the bottom, experienced a dramatic rise, propelling them to the top of their power ranking. Meanwhile, Li Jinsi, who was already at the pinnacle of the rankings, found her lead expanding even further as the gap between her and the others became more pronounced. "Who's your teacher?" Leah asked them afterward. "He's Yuan's bodyguard. We're being trained by him while Yuan is away," Yuxiang explained. "Yuan has a bodyguard?" Leah raised her eyebrows at this information. She never expected someone as monstrous as him would need protection. "It's a little complicated." "Whatever, I don't really care. Anyway, the three of you no longer need to attend my training, since that person is much more capable than me," Leah said a moment later. "Yes. Thank you for everything so far." They bowed to her. "Shit, we really need to ascend to the fourth heaven and train with them now," Wang Ming muttered out loud. Hearing this, Leah turned to him and said, "That's actually a great idea. Not only would you improve faster with that person, but I would no longer need to waste my time training you." Although it may seem like Leah was upset, she genuinely wanted the best for them. Meanwhile, Yuan continued his journey with Ingzi. "My body is feeling sore," Ingzi suddenly said as she slowed down. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved a meat skewer and handed it to her without uttering a single word. Ingzi accepted his offering and immediately continued their journey, acting as though the soreness magically disappeared. This was Yingzi's way of asking for more food, and she would do it once a week, so it wasn't anything new to Yuan. "Fortunately, I have an immense stock of meat skewers due to Shi Mei's eating habits," Yuan thought to himself. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already time for the Eternal Lotuses' second boot camp. During this month, Yuan spent most of his time doing mental training, since it was pointless for him to improve his cultivation normally. Meixiu and the others had become celebrities within the Grand Mystic Sect, recognized by the disciples as the 5 ethereal fairies. Whenever they trained with Kelan on the training grounds, a crowd of spectators would gather, cheering them on enthusiastically. Their beauty and diligence had captivated the hearts of many young disciples, drawing attention from even the top disciples within the sect. However, no matter who approached them, they consistently shut down any advances. Due to disturbances caused by a few troublemakers and the increasingly rowdy crowd at the training ground, sect leader Du Daomi took decisive action. He restricted access to the training ground and forbade any disciple from disturbing the group, threatening expulsion for those who defied the order. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed, and it was time for the second boot camp. The Demon Sealing faction spent 3 days training the members of Eternal Lotuses and returned to their daily routine. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year has passed since Yuan entered the Primal Expanse. "We're almost there," Ingzi notified Yuan as they reached the end of their 6-month-long journey. Chapter 16:10 Supreme Ox's Territory. Chapter 16:10 Supreme Ox's Territory. After traveling for another 2 weeks, Ingzi suddenly stopped moving and said, "We're at the Supreme Ox's Territory." Finally, after almost 7 months, Yuan stretched his body. Since he had to attend boot camp 3 days every month, it extended their trip slightly. Ingzi remained still even many moments later, prompting Yuan to ask, "What's the matter?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Why aren't you moving?" He clarified, "I do not have a good relationship with the Supreme Ox, so my presence there will only make things difficult." "You will have to meet him yourself," she explained. "How strong is the Supreme Ox?" "His cultivation is at perfect chaotic immortal." "Sorry, but I am not familiar with your cultivation system." Yuan proceeded to explain 9 Heavens cultivation system to her. After taking a few minutes to comprehend 9 Heavens cultivation system and comparing it to the Primal Expanse's cultivation system, she began explaining it to Yuan. The Primal Expanse had 10 major cultivation realms, each divided into 4 minor realms: early, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The major realm consisted of chaotic establishment, chaotic adept, chaotic master, chaotic commander, chaotic king, chaotic emperor, chaotic overlord, chaotic immortal, chaotic supreme, and chaotic god. The strength of a perfect chaotic immortal was akin to a peak-level golden immortal, but that was only pure speculation. Unless two fights with such cultivation collided, there was really no method of finding out. Equal to a peak-level golden immortal. Huh? I won't be able to defeat them if we were to fight for whatever reason suddenly, and I don't want to expose my trump card so soon. Although Yuan trusted Yingzi to a certain extent, he couldn't completely trust her at this moment, and he was confident that she would be watching him. So he didn't want to use a mortal monarch's dominion and reveal it to her, just in case he needed it for her. He turned to look at Yingzi and spoke. Yingzi, as you can probably tell, my cultivation is a little lacking. If this Supreme Ox were to attack me, for whatever reason, I'd die for sure. If that happens, can I count on you to protect me? Of course, I will compensate you. Yingzi pondered for a moment before sticking out her hand, with 3 fingers raised. What is that? Yuan asked. 300 meat skewers. If you can provide me with that, I will guarantee your safety, she calmly said. It's a deal, he immediately agreed. He'd be willing to exchange 3 million meat skewers for his life, much less 300. To further improve their relationship, Yuan gave her 10 skewers as a down payment. Why are you giving me them, she asked. I'll give you 10 now, and the rest if you protect me. We call this a down payment in our world. What if I don't need to protect you? Will I have to give them back to you? Yingzi asked. You can keep the 10 skewers even if nothing happens to me. Yingzi nodded and immediately began eating the meat skewers since she didn't have to return them. Meanwhile, Yuan ventured into the Supreme Ox's territory. This domain was a vast, rocky plain, offering a stark contrast to the environment of the Sword-Head Serpent's territory. Furthermore, the gravity in this region was significantly altered, being 10 times heavier than usual, adding an extra layer of challenge to navigating the area. The Supreme Ox's territory spanned 10,000 miles, a vast expanse that could easily bewilder anyone from Earth. However, Yuan was guided by Yingzi's directions through divine sense, ensuring that he wouldn't lose his way. As Yuan traveled across the rocky plains of the Supreme Ox's territory, he observed many primals roaming the area. Most of these creatures were around the level of a divine warrior, equivalent to what would be called an intermediate chaotic master in their world. 2 days into his journey, Yuan spotted a massive mountain in the distance. In the primal expanse, the sky was positioned much higher than in the 9 heavens, towering several times higher, yet this colossal mountain nearly grazed these lofty heights. Moreover, the side of this mountain bore an impressive engraving of an axe-shaped symbol. Once Yuan approached a certain proximity, a domineering voice resonated through the air, carrying an authoritative echo. "Halt, intruder!" Yuan halted immediately, and he could see a silhouette descending towards him from the direction of the mountain. This individual possessed a bulky physique similar to that of a human, with 2 arms and 2 legs, but its head was distinctly that of an ox. The ox raised an eyebrow after examining Yuan closely. "Are you really a dragon? You smell like one, but your cultivation is... What does my cultivation have to do with my bloodline? Who are you, anyway?" Yuan said, "I am a captain of the Supreme Ox's Axe Squad. Why have you entered our territory? I'd like to speak with the Supreme Ox." The captain narrowed his eyes at Yuan, seemingly pondering something. After a moment of silence, he said, "I understand. I will bring you to the Supreme Ox now." That was too easy, Yuan thought inwardly. The ease with which they permitted him to meet their leader seemed suspiciously straightforward, prompting him to question if there were any ulterior motives behind their accommodating behavior. Is it because I am a dragon? Regardless of what they were up to, with Yingzi protecting him, Yuan had no need to worry and followed the captain. Sometime later, they reached the peak of the mountain, where a large throne made of bones was situated at the center, commanding a view of the surrounding landscape. However, sitting on the throne was an ugly middle-aged man with unnatural facial features so unsettling they could scare even ghosts. Yuan's eyebrows twitched upon seeing this middle-aged man, who was easily the most unattractive individual he had ever encountered. "Supreme Ox, you have a visitor." The captain kneeled before the Supreme Ox and said. The middle-aged man, who had been staring at Yuan long before they even arrived at the mountain, spoke with a mysterious smile on his face. "What brought you to my territory, young dragon?" Chapter 16, 11 Appearances. Chapter 16, 11 Appearances. The Supreme Ox's gaze felt unsettling to Yuan. It carried a mixture of craving and shock, leaving Yuan puzzled about the reason behind such an intense stare. However, he decided to ignore it for now and answered the Supreme Ox's question. "I'm looking for a method to leave this world, and I was told you might know the method." The Supreme Ox's eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. "Putting your request aside, who told you that I would know such a thing?" Knowing that Yingzi and the Supreme Ox weren't on good terms, Yuan refrained from mentioning her before him. "Some predator I met by chance. I never got to learn his identity, unfortunately." Supreme Ox shook his head and said, "I don't have the slightest clue to what you're talking about. However, I may know someone who might." Yuan was left speechless. After spending half a year traveling to this location, he discovered that the Supreme Ox knew nothing significant, and now the Supreme Ox was echoing the same information Yingzi had given him. Am I being scammed here? He couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Who might this individual be? Yuan eventually asked. "Slow down, young dragon. You may carry the bloodline of dragons, but that doesn't mean you can make free requests in my territory. I will provide you with the information you seek if you're willing to do me a favor." "What is this favor?" "It's quite simple. Allow me to buy. No, let me borrow your appearance for 10,000 years. Yuan was bewildered by such an odd favor. "Since you're a dragon, I'm sure you have no lack of beautiful appearances like the one you're currently wearing, so lend it to me for a bit. Don't be stingy, it's only 10,000 years. Yuan's eyes widened at the Supreme Ox's weird wording. "No lack of appearances? Like the one I'm wearing? What nonsense is this? Why do you want my appearance?" Yuan decided to ask. "Are you seriously asking me that? Look at me. I'm heinous compared to you." Yuan was speechless. At this moment, Yingzi's voice resounded inside his head. "In the Primal Expanse, due to a lack of humans and our understanding of them, primals like trading appearances. How does that even work? Are you asking me to take off my skin like we do with clothes? We can't do that. It's not like that. If you agree to let the Supreme Ox borrow your appearance, he will simply copy your appearance and use it for himself. Also, you won't be allowed to use your appearance for 10,000 years if you agree. Why would they choose to borrow appearances? Can't they simply craft their own, tailored to their liking?" He struggled to grasp the rationale behind adopting another's visage when the possibility of creating a unique one existed. That's easier said than done. With a lack of humans, there are only so many authentic appearances to go around. Also, it is an unspoken rule to never copy another's appearance without permission, even if you change some of the features. Once Yuan thought about it, Yingzi was right. Even humans would have difficulties if told to create a human appearance without any reference, since it cannot resemble another's appearance too much less the beast within Primal Expanse, where humans don't exist. How valuable are appearances in this world? Yuan continued asking. It greatly varies depending on the available features. Of course, the good-looking ones will be worth more. I have never seen anyone with your quality of appearance, so it should be worth a fortune. Yingzi said, "Thanks for the information. What's wrong, young dragon? Why aren't you saying anything?" Supreme Ox asked with a nervous smile on his face. Seeing this, Yuan smiled coldly and said, "You want to borrow my appearance in exchange for some information that may not even be reliable? Are you looking down on me, Supreme Ox?" The Supreme Ox sucked his teeth after hearing Yuan's words. He was clearly trying to take advantage of Yuan due to his seemingly young age and low cultivation base. "Fine, I won't ask to borrow it, but allow me to use your appearance as a reference, at the very least." "You're still asking for too much." Yuan shook his head. Supreme Ox frowned and muttered in a cold voice, "Don't try to push your luck too far, young dragon. The other predators may be afraid of the dragon bloodline, but we don't fear you. The atmosphere suddenly stiffened, and Yuan could sense many powerful entities in the vicinity announcing their presence, almost as if they were threatening him. Yuan remained calm and said, "Are you sure you want to threaten me? You might have to spend the rest of your life in that appearance." Before the Supreme Ox could speak, Yuan continued, "I was going to say that while my appearance isn't for sale or rent, I have plenty of high-quality appearances available, but if you don't want them, that's fine." As someone with countless encounters with humans, he had an unlimited supply of human appearances to bargain with in this primal expanse. "Wait," Supreme Ox quickly said. He raised his hand and made a gesture. In the following moment, all of the surrounding presences disappeared. "I apologize for my subordinates' unruly behavior. They are too easily agitated. Anyway, what other appearances do you have? May I see them?" Yuan retrieved an appearance-altering pill and swallowed it, transforming himself into a middle-aged man with somewhat handsome features. Supreme Ox's face brightened with excitement the moment he saw Yuan's disguise, even standing up from his seat. "That one. I want that one," he hastily said. 10,000, no, 7,000 years. I'll give you the information if you will lend it to me for 7,000 years. Yuan calmly nodded. "Deal." The Supreme Ox didn't waste any time and immediately copied every little detail of Yuan's new appearance, taking it for himself. Chapter 16, 12 Snowy Fox Mountain. Chapter 16, 12 Snowy Fox Mountain. After the transaction, Yuan returned to his original appearance and asked, "So, who is this individual who might have the information I want?" The Supreme Ox, now with a pleasing-to-the-eyes appearance, spoke with a satisfied smile. "The Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy is known to have knowledge that surpasses every predator in the Primal Expanse. If she doesn't have the information you need, I'm afraid that nobody else in the Primal Expanse does." "Where can I find this Divine Fox?" "The Mystic Valley, but unless the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy wants to see you, it's almost impossible to find her. Sound a bit troublesome, but I'll figure out when I get there. Thank you for the information. By the way, which dragon tribe are you from?" The Supreme Ox suddenly asked. "That's a secret. Is that so? Then keep your secrets." A moment later, a small figure appeared before Yuan like a ghost. Who the hell are you?" The Supreme Ox was startled by Yingzi's sudden appearance, looking like he couldn't believe he didn't notice her presence until she stood right before him. "No, even with my eyes directly on her, I cannot sense her presence. This ghost-like presence, she must be Shadow Dweller. What are you doing in my territory? And that appearance, where did you acquire such a high-quality appearance?" "Shadow Dweller?" Yuan raised an eyebrow at this familiar name. He turned to look at Yingzi, who turned out to have the same bloodline as one of the 9 Divine Supremes. "Are you trying to start another bloodbath in my territory?" The Supreme Ox roared, and the presences that appeared to threaten Yuan returned, but there were significantly more this time. "Don't mind me. I'm only here as that guy's travel guide." Yingzi remained calm despite the many threatening presences surrounding them and pointed at Yuan with her gaze. "Travel guide? You?" The Supreme Ox couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could an entity like her become a guide for someone else, even if that individual was a dragon? "Are you ready to go to the Mystic Valley?" she asked Yuan the next moment. "How far away is the Mystic Valley from this place?" Yingzi pondered for a moment before responding, 50 years, give or take." "You can't be serious." Yuan was left absolutely gobsmacked by the ridiculous distance. He thought half a year was already bad enough, but 50 years? "That's too long," he cried out loud. Seeing an opportunity to earn more appearances, the Supreme Ox said, "I know of a way to get to the Mystic Valley in 6 months. "Oh." Yuan turned to look at him with a hopeful gaze. "There's a natural space tunnel that will take you to the Snowy Fox Mountain, which is around 6 months away from the Mystic Valley." "I can get you there in 2 months," Yingzi then said. "As for the location of this space tunnel," the Supreme Ox spoke with a suggestive smile. Yuan immediately realized what the Supreme Ox was thinking, smiled back, and said, "Not just 7,000 years. They'll let you keep that appearance permanently." "Deal. It's a deal." The Supreme Ox excitedly agreed. The Supreme Ox proceeded to retrieve a medallion made from a piece of bone and tossed it to Yuan. "Since the space tunnel is within my territory, you will need to show that to the guards there." He turned to look at one of his minions and said, "Bring them to the space tunnel." "As you command, Supreme Ox." The minion acknowledged with its head lowered. Yuan left the mountain to follow the guide shortly later. They arrived at their location 3 days later. The space tunnel appeared to be an ordinary cave at a glance, but Yuan's divine sense told a different story. There were 2 ox guards standing outside this cave, and they glared at Yuan and Yingzi as they approached. "The Supreme Ox has given them permission to use the space tunnel," the ox minion explained. Yuan showed the bone medallion to the guards, who took it and examined it. "Very well, you may enter." Yuan and Yingzi entered the cave the next moment while the ox minion stayed behind. "Just keep walking until you exit the other side," the ox guard said. The cave was dimly illuminated by the mysterious purple rocks sticking out of the walls around them. There was also a weird energy that filled the cave. This energy felt similar to the energy from teleport formations that Yuan was familiar with, but it was slightly different, and it only got more intense as they walked deeper into the cave. After walking for several days straight, Yuan could finally see the end of the cave. His steps hastened as they approached the glowing white light. When they finally exited the cave, Yuan was greeted by a white mountain range and snow so deep it reached his waist. As for Yingzi, her entire body was submerged in snow, leaving only her head visible. 50 meat skewers, Yingzi suddenly said. "Traveling in this terrain is a pain, so it will cost you more." "Sure. Do you want them now or later?" "The skewers will quickly get cold in this weather." If he didn't protect his body with spiritual energy, the intense cold would easily freeze it within seconds. But even with his body protected, it was still freezing cold. "I can't recall the last time I felt this cold." Cultivators can regulate their body temperature using spiritual energy, ensuring comfort even if they stand naked in a snowstorm. However, this ability can be challenged under extreme conditions that are too severe for their energy to suppress. Moreover, the snow in this area seemed to possess a unique trait that drained spiritual energy, making it even more challenging for Yuan to maintain a steady body temperature. "You can give them to me later," she said. "All right." Yingzi picked up Yuan and flew toward the Mystic Valley shortly later. Chapter 16:13 Shadow Dweller. Chapter 16:13 Shadow Dweller. As they ventured deeper into snowy Fox Mountain, a fierce blizzard raged around them. The harsh conditions didn't affect Yuan, but he could sense the relentless blizzard gradually chipping away Yingzi's energy that protected them from the blizzard. Fortunately, Yingzi was able to replenish her energy faster than it was being depleted, averting what could have been a perilous situation. "Yingzi, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of predator are shadow dwellers?" Yuan suddenly asked this question that had been on his mind since it was revealed to him that she was one. "What do you mean? Can you be more specific?" "You know how the sword-head serpent is a snake, and the supreme ox is an ox? What about shadow dwellers?" "If you're asking about my shape, we don't really have one. We can become any shape or size, just like shadows." "A shape-shifting beast?" Yuan tried to imagine her true form, but the closest image he could conjure was that of the shadow monster's head seen on television, an entity devoid of any distinct features, merely a shadowy figure resembling a silhouette. "We dwell in the shadow, hunt with shadows, and traverse through shadows. We are the pinnacle of hunters. At least, that's what the others say." "Sounds like a species that prefers living in isolation," Yuan commented. "It's true. Shadow dwellers rarely show themselves. I, however, am an exception. I prefer traversing the world and experiencing new things. That's probably why I am considered an outcast," Yingzi casually remarked. Despite calling herself an outcast, Yingzi didn't sound dispirited or saddened, almost as if she was completely fine with it. Tell me about your world, this nine heavens. Ingzi suddenly said. Yuan nodded and recalled some of his experiences in the nine heavens with her. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Halfway through their journey, in the midst of Yuan's mental meditation, a voice suddenly rippled loudly throughout the snowy Fox Mountain. This voice carried a profound power that had the ability to stop the blizzard. Ingzi stopped moving after hearing this voice, and she warned Yuan, the owner of this territory will be here shortly. The moment Ingzi finished her sentence, and before Yuan could even respond, a white-haired woman wearing white robes appeared before them. You may be a dragon, but how dare you trespass into my territory without permission? Are you looking for death? The woman spoke in a bold tone. At a glance, the aura exuded by this woman was slightly stronger than the Supreme Ox. Huh, there are two of you? The woman's eyes widened with surprise after realizing that Shed failed to sense Yingzi's presence. I apologize for entering your territory, but we don't have any business with you or this place. We're just trying to reach the Mystic Valley. Yuan explained the situation to her. I don't care what you're doing or where you're going. It doesn't change the fact that you're trespassing into my territory, she sneered. Are entering another's territory usually such a big deal? Yuan asked Ingzi through divine sense. It varies from individual to individual, but it's usually considered rude to enter another's territory without permission. This only applies to predators, though. Primals have no intelligence, so we can't really blame them for trespassing. They're also considered a source of food and power for predators, so they're more than welcome to trespass. After taking a quick moment to ponder a way out of this, Yuan spoke. Is there anything we can do to make it up to you? Would a high-quality appearance be good enough? Are you bribing me? The woman wore a bewildered expression on her ordinary face. Killing intent surged from her the following moment. I don't care who you are or what you have to offer. Nobody bribes me. Noticing the woman was preparing to strike, Yuan quickly swallowed an appearance-altering pill and transformed himself into a beautiful woman. He also ensured the appearance had white hair, reflecting the woman's current appearance. The woman, previously trembling with anger, suddenly froze. Her enraged expression shifted to one of bewilderment, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. Why you're willing to give me that appearance? She asked in a low voice. Yuan nodded and said, if you're willing to overlook our trespass and let us continue our journey without any further issues, they'll let you keep it. The woman lowered her head to hide her face while she pondered whether she should accept his offer. If I accept his offer, my pride will. Forget it. I must get my hands on that appearance, no matter the cost. It didn't take long for the woman to make up her mind. It's a deal. She swiftly mimicked Yuan's appearance and then flew away immediately afterward, not uttering another word. They continued their journey shortly later, and the blizzard never returned. After another month, they finally arrived at their destination. Before reaching the Mystic Valley, they had to cross an ocean whose surface suddenly began to glow, casting a shimmering light across the expanse of waters. So this is the Mystic Valley, huh? It's a beautiful place, Yuan commented after seeing the glamorous scenery before him. The Mystic Valley was draped in blue and purple trees, lending the area an exotic ambience. Additionally, these trees bore glowing fruits that illuminated the entire valley, casting a light reminiscent of street stalls glowing softly in the night. Moreover, a long river that flowed into the glowing ocean bisected the valley, contributing to its mystical atmosphere. The water in this river also glowed, further enhancing the otherworldly aura of the place. Do you know where we can find the divine fox of grand prophecy? Yuan asked Ingzi after he finished admiring the place. Ingzi shook her head and replied, no, but the Mystic Valley is a relatively small place, and one could fully explore it in just a few months. If we search every nook and cranny, we should eventually find her. Chapter 16:14 Mystic Valley. Chapter 16:14 Mystic Valley. Shortly after their arrival, Yuan and Ingzi started looking around the Mystic Valley, using their eyes and divine sense to search for the divine fox of grand prophecy. I want 5 meat skewers now. Ingzi extended her hand and said. Yuan acknowledged her request and retrieved 5 skewers before giving them to her. The moment the meat skewers emerged from his spatial ring, releasing their unique aroma into the air, all of the primals within a 100-mile radius detected the scent and charged in their direction. Sensing the incoming danger, Ingzi released a burst of her aura. The instant the primals detected her powerful presence, they abruptly turned and fled in the opposite direction, not halting their frantic escape even hundreds of miles later. This was Yuan's first time experiencing Yingzi's presence. It was chaotic and unlike anything he had previously encountered. There was something fundamentally different about the beasts in the primal expanse compared to those in the 9 heavens. Is this due to the chaotic essence that they absorb? Yuan wondered how it would affect his body if he cultivated chaotic essence, but he was reluctant to try, as it could harm his body. Over the following weeks, Yuan and Ingzi methodically traversed the Mystic Valley. Throughout this journey, they encountered numerous species of primals, none of which Yuan recognized. Most of the primal strength ranged between Spirit King and Divine Ancestor, with a few having the strength of an immortal. However, regardless of their strength, not many approached them, primarily due to Yuan's dragon scent. The few who dared to approach them were instantly scared away when they saw Ingzi, so their journey was relatively peaceful. One day, Yuan halted abruptly when a unique glow caught the corner of his eye. Turning his attention to the source, he discovered it was a glowing purple mushroom nestled among the branches of a nearby tree. Intrigued by its luminous appearance, he moved closer for a better look. Do you know what this is? Yuan asked Ingzi, who stared at it from a distance, seemingly unwilling to get closer to it for whatever reason. That is a primal bane. It contains a tremendous amount of chaotic essence, but it's also extremely poisonous. Just its scent alone could kill, she explained. Is that why I don't sense any primals in this area? Are you okay? He asked her. Ingzi replied, I am not weak enough to be killed by its scent, but I dislike its smell. More importantly, how are you fine? Yuan shrugged and said, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's poisonous for me. After all, I can feel my cultivation rising just by being near it. He proceeded to pick the mushroom, which was the size of an apple. Are all humans as reckless as you? Ingzi asked with raised eyebrows. Yuan chuckled and said, I can't speak for all humans, but I am definitely not as reckless as you think. Yuan examined the primal bane in finer detail once it was in his hands. After staring at it for several minutes, Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and tossed the glowing mushroom inside. Ingzi was taken aback by Yuan's actions. However, her immediate concern wasn't for his safety, but rather the prospect of not receiving any more meat skewers if something were to happen to him. As Yuan bit into the glowing mushroom, it released a sweet nectar that tingled his taste buds and offered a surprising burst of flavor. Not only did Yuan gain poison resistance from the mushroom, but he also experienced 3 consecutive breakthroughs in his cultivation despite the Celestial Emperor's curse, which was a pleasant surprise. Yingzi's eyes widened slightly as she witnessed these events, leading her to ponder whether Yuan's human nature made him unique or if there was something inherently special about him. This primal bane is great. Do you see any more around here? Yuan turned to Ingzi and asked. Although she was speechless, Ingzi still used her divine sense to search for more primal banes. A few moments later, she said, There's another one about 2 days away. Great. Let me eat that one too. 2 days later, Yuan tossed the second primal bane into his mouth. He only managed to break through once this time around, but he still felt it was worth it. As they continued to look for the divine fox of grand prophecy, Yuan also kept an eye out for more primal banes or anything that seemed like it would strengthen him. A week later, Ingzi suddenly descended toward the glowing river. With a swift hand gesture, she raised an azure-colored flower from the water and hovered it before Yuan. This is a luminous aquatic lily. It's poisonous enough to instantaneously kill a chaotic overlord. They'll give it to you for 100 meat skewers, she said. Yuan stared at the beautiful flower that glowed even brighter than the primal bane and swallowed nervously. Young master, that's the sacred ocean lily. Yuning's shocked voice suddenly resounded. Oh, you recognize this treasure? He inquired. Of course. It's an extremely rare treasure that can only be found in the Azure Dragon Clan's territory deep within the Azure Ocean. It's said to grant one immunity to poison. Yuning explained. Immunity to poison. Huh. All right, it's a deal, Yuan said to Yingzi the next moment. This is safe to consume, right? Yuan asked for confirmation from Yuning. You're asking that now, after you ate that weird mushroom, even though you knew it was poisonous? She said in a dumbfounded voice. Anyway, yes, it's poisonous and can only be safely consumed if taken with Saint Dew, which neutralizes the poison when consumed together. Chapter 16:15 Luminous Aquatic Lily. Chapter 16:15 Luminous Aquatic Lily. With a pondering face, Yuan stared at the luminous aquatic lily, also known as the sacred ocean lily in the Nine Heavens. Despite Yu Ning's confirmation that it was poisonous, he had supreme poison resistance, and he managed to consume the primal bane without any resistance. I cannot rely on Yingzi forever, since I only had a limited amount of skewers left to use on her. Moreover, I don't feel any sense of dread from it. He considered whether to consume the luminous aquatic lily immediately or wait until he had obtained the saint, due to safely neutralize its poisonous effects. Aren't you going to eat it? Yingzi suddenly asked him. After hearing Yingzi's words, Yuan quickly made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he tossed the entire flower into his mouth the very next second. Young master, Yuning exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing his actions. She had just told him that it was poisonous, so why would he do something so foolish? Upon consuming the luminous aquatic lily, Yuan felt an immense burst of energy surge through his body, so powerful that it threatened to cause his body to explode. Recognizing the urgency, he quickly found a place to sit down and focus on cultivating to control the overwhelming energy. Since the luminous aquatic lily had thrived in an environment rich with chaotic essence, consuming it began to alter Yuan's aura. Gradually, his aura grew more chaotic, beginning to resemble that of the residents of the Primal Expanse, marking a significant transformation in his energy. Although the Primal Bane also contained a lot of chaotic essence, it was not enough to affect Yuan. The luminous aquatic lily, however, was at least 50 times more potent than the Primal Bane. Yuan's cultivation soared in the following moments. In the blink of an eye, Yuan's cultivation base surged to the peak of the Spirit Emperor level, then began to stabilize. Over the following hours, his cultivation slowly advanced, inching closer to the threshold of Spirit Sovereign. A day after Yuan consumed the luminous aquatic lily, his aura, which had been tranquil for some time, suddenly skyrocketed. Ding. Quest. Chaotic Heart. Difficulty. Hard. Quest description. Consume chaotic essence and complete your chaotic heart. Progress. 10%. Reward. Chaotic Heart. Yuan stared at the quest with wide eyes. Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master. Yuning's dumbfounded voice snapped him out of his daze. He turned to look at Yingzi and asked, "What's a chaotic heart?" "That's what we have and need to cultivate," she calmly responded. Her eyes suddenly narrowed as she fixed an intense stare at him. "I can sense a chaotic heart, one that didn't exist before within you. However, it doesn't seem complete. How is that possible?" she muttered in a dazed voice. The residents of the Primal Expanse are naturally born with a chaotic heart, so nobody knew it could be created in a human, much less. "What did you do?" Yingzi asked him a moment later. "Besides consuming the luminous aquatic lily, nothing really. I think it's because I consumed a large amount of chaotic essence, which I'm not used to," he said. Yingzi wore a pondering expression on her face, but she didn't say anything else. "Give me a few more hours. I want to try something." Yuan closed his eyes again and began cultivating. 6 hours later, his progress increased by a single %. At this rate, I will need to cultivate for 23 days to complete the chaotic heart. I need 23 days to complete my chaotic heart. Can you wait a little for me? Yuan asked Ingzi, who calmly nodded. Once Yuan returned to his cultivation, Ingzi sat beside him and watched him slowly form his chaotic heart. However, Yuan emerged from his cultivation only a week later. This won't work. My progress slowed down significantly after reaching 20%. I will need to consume treasures if I want any decent progress. He should have gained 28% in the last week, but he only managed to achieve an increase of 9%. He reached 20% overall progress on the second day, but failed to make any further progress in the subsequent days. What's wrong? Ingzi asked when she noticed Head suddenly stopped cultivating. There were some errors in my calculations. It seems the requirements increase as I get closer to completing the chaotic heart, Yuan sighed out loud. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take me to finish it. I will need to consume more treasures containing chaotic essence if I want to complete my chaotic heart anytime soon. Treasures, right? I can find them for you, but in exchange, you want meat skewers, right? She nodded. All right. They returned to looking for the divine fox of grand prophecy shortly after. As they continued to search the mystic valley, Ingzi would occasionally bring Yuan treasures rich with chaotic essence. While these treasures were not as potent as the Primal Bane, much less the Luminous Aquatic Lily, it was still enough to progress his chaotic heart. Chapter 16:16 Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy. Chapter 16:16 Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy. A month has passed since Yuan consumed the Luminous Aquatic Lily. During this time, Head consumed numerous treasures while searching for the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy. His progress with the Chaotic Heart had reached 50%, but his cultivation hadn't increased even slightly due to the Chaotic Heart absorbing all of the chaotic essence. Most of the treasures were acquired by Ingzi, and in exchange for them, Yuan had to give her several hundred meat skewers. Will my supply last until I can create my chaotic heart? Yuan wondered inwardly as he checked his swiftly declining stock of meat skewers. He had only about 5,000 meat skewers left, which might seem plentiful, but given Yingzi's rapid consumption rate, his supply could be depleted within a year. We've searched the entire Mystic Valley, Ingzi suddenly announced. Is it possible the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy isn't in her own territory? Yuan asked. There's a chance she isn't home, but we won't know for sure unless we burn down this whole place to draw her out. Yuan looked at Ingzi with wide eyes, clearly surprised by her savage suggestion. It won't take much effort or time, Ingzi said, misunderstanding his feelings. Before Yuan could respond, a new voice echoed through the air. I knew my Mystic Valley would be receiving some special visitors, but alas, what a disappointment. How dare you even speak of destroying my beautiful territory? The tone was stern, filled with a mixture of anger and disappointment. A formidable presence suddenly enveloped the area, and Yuan caught a glimpse of a silhouette in the corner of his eye, prompting him to swiftly turn his head toward the source. Standing atop an enormous boulder in the distance was a majestic azure-colored fox with golden eyes and purple patterns across its body. Its four tails fluttered gracefully behind it, adding to its ethereal presence. This golden fox possessed a cultivation level that was at least 2 to 3 tiers higher than both the Supreme Ox and the woman Yuan had encountered in the snowy Fox Mountain, and it exuded a fierce, holy aura, almost as if it was a divine being from heaven. Are you the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy? Yuan asked despite knowing the answer. That's right. Who's asking? She responded, her voice tinged with a mix of pride and arrogance. Hello, my name is Yuan, and I came here for your help. My help? That's a good joke, considering you were just talking about destroying my territory to lure me out, she coldly sneered. What? I'm sure she was just joking out of frustration, since we couldn't find you even after searching the whole Mystic Valley. The Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy narrowed her eyes and sneered. Yes, I saw how you stole and consumed all of the treasures in my territory. Yuan's eyes widened at her accusation. It had never occurred to him that gathering natural treasures in the wild could be considered stealing. Unbeknownst to him, in the Primal Expanse, once an individual claimed a territory, everything within it was considered their possession. Thus, taking anything from that territory was viewed as stealing. To tell you the truth, I'm not from around here, so I don't know your rules. I apologize if I offended you, and if there's any way I can compensate you, don't hesitate to let me know. The divine fox of grand prophecy fell silent after hearing his words. Eventually, she said, "If you wish to compensate me, then give me those meat sticks you've been giving that shadow dweller." "Of course. How many do you want?" "All of it," she responded without hesitation. "That's—" However, before Yuan could even formulate a response, immense killing intent suddenly surged from Yingzi's small frame, enveloping the entire Mystic Valley in an instant. "Don't push your luck too far, divine fox," she growled in a shivering tone. Despite the intense atmosphere, the divine fox neither fled nor showed any signs of fear, standing firm and composed. In stark contrast, the nearby primals scrambled away in terror, visibly shaken to their core, even pissing themselves while they fled. "What? You want to go at it? I'm not afraid of you." The divine fox sneered, her posture oozing with confidence for some reason. "We didn't come here to fight you. Also, I would give you all of my meat skewers if I could, but as you can see, it will only lead to an even bigger problem, so I will refrain from doing so." Yuan sighed. "How about 500 meat skewers?" After a moment of silence, the divine fox nodded. "Fine. I'll forgive you for 500 of those meat sticks." Yuan immediately retrieved 500 meat skewers and offered them to the divine fox, who started eating them the moment it was in her grasp. "Oh my, what a unique flavor. I have never tasted anything like this before. What kind of primal meat is this?" exclaimed the divine fox, her entire body trembling with joy as she savored the meat skewers, clearly delighted by the unfamiliar and exquisite taste. "I can tell you if you answer one of my questions." Yuan saw this opportunity and said, "There's almost nothing I don't know." "What do you want to know?" "A method of leaving this world," he said. The divine fox stopped chewing on the meat skewers and stared at him in silence, her thoughts unknown. Sometime later, she quickly chewed her food and swallowed before speaking in a calm voice. "As I thought, you're not from this world." "How can you tell?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. "How can I not after watching you for the last several weeks? Not only do you lack common sense, but you also lack a chaotic heart. Are you even a dragon or a human disguised as one? It's been a few million years since we've had a visitor from the other side." Yuan smiled inwardly after observing the divine fox's knowledgeable demeanor, hopeful that she might possess the information he needed to return to the Nine Heavens. Chapter 16-17 Primal Monarch. Chapter 16-17 Primal Monarch. You're right. I'm not from this world originally. I came to the Primal Expanse by accident, and I am trying to look for a way back to my own world. Yuan said to the divine fox of grand prophecy after she correctly guessed his identity. "And you think I know this method? What made you come here anyway?" The divine fox asked. "That's what the Supreme Ox said. Don't tell me you don't." Yuan swallowed nervously. "I didn't know how to leave this world." "Really?" Yuan's expression brightened after hearing this. "Yes, but I do not have the power to do so. If you want to leave this world, you will need to find someone else." "Not this again," Yuan muttered in disbelief. He had already spent a year in the Primal Expanse, with most of that time devoted to searching for someone who could help him escape this realm. This was now the third time he was being directed to find another individual who might be able to assist him. The repeated dead ends were becoming increasingly frustrating, but there was nothing he could do but continue following these leads. Seeing Yuan's disappointed face, the divine fox elaborated, "You probably don't know this, but the Primal Expanse has a master, one true ruler that governs every primal and predator in existence. Not only does he rule over the entire primal expanse, but he also has the power to connect this world to the other world. If you want to leave this world, you'll need to find him. Who is this individual? Yuan asked. Some call him the one true monarch, while others call him the Primal Monarch or Monarch of Primals. Primal Monarch? Yuan repeated in a mumbling voice. Although this should have been his first time hearing of this individual, Yuan couldn't shake a sense of familiarity, as if he somehow already knew or was connected to them in some way. Where can I find him? Yuan then asked. The divine fox pointed the skewers in her hand at him and said, "So, what kind of meat is this?" Clearly, she had no intention of answering all of his questions for free. The divine fox pointed the skewers in her hand at him and said, "So, what kind of meat is this?" Clearly, she had no intention of answering all of his questions for free. There are 3 types of meat used for those meat skewers. They come from animals we call chicken, lamb, and cow. Are animals in your world what we call primals here? She asked. No, animals don't have spiritual energy. They're essentially powerless primals. I see. Which meat is this? Divine Fox asked as she showed him one of the skewers. That white meat is from chicken. The small, chunky ones are lamb meat. The brown slices are beef, cow meat. Yuan explained. And what are these tiny specks of dust on it? I can tell that's where most of the flavors come from. The divine fox continued to inquire. We call those spices, which are commonly used to give or enhance flavors in our food. Without them, the meat will taste quite bland. I see, how intriguing. The divine fox stared at the meat skewers. I happen to have some spices on me. If you want, I can give you some. Yuan suddenly retrieved several bottles of spices, mainly salt, sugar, garlic, and crushed pepper. Oh, the divine fox's gaze suddenly brightened. Of course, it's not for free. If you want to find the Primal Monarch, it's impossible. He's not an individual you could just seek out. Like me, he will only appear before you if he chooses to do so. If he doesn't want you to find him, you will spend the rest of your life trying. What? Then how am I? The divine fox interrupted. Of course I can help you give you a better chance of finding him. With my divination, I can locate his proximity. Whether or not you will be able to find him is entirely up to your luck and fate. However, for my abilities to work on the Primal Monarch, I will need to use a tremendous amount of chaotic essence, more than what I currently have, so you'll need to supply me with the rest. This is also why I can only give you his proximity, as I lack the power to do anything more. Yuan tossed the spices to the divine fox of grand prophecy after receiving her answer. So, what would it cost to have you help me find him? Yuan asked the following moment. They'll be severely weakened after using my ability on the Primal Monarch, so ITLL costs you more than just some spices or food. The divine fox said, I have an annoying neighbor who's always been a pain in my butt and consistently trying to scheme against me. I want you to get rid of them from me, she said. If this individual is so strong that even you cannot get rid of them, what hope do I have? Yuan asked. They're not particularly strong. I would have no issue dealing with someone at their level in ordinary circumstances, but this one has a special background, so I'm unable to harm them without putting myself at risk. With that being said, they still have the strength of a perfect chaotic king, way above what you can handle at your current level. Perfect chaotic king, so around divine sovereign, huh? I think I can manage. Yuan said, huh? You're barely a perfect chaotic adept. There's no way you could defeat someone 3 major realms stronger than yourself. In the first place, I never expected you to do the work but your little friend here. The divine fox of grand prophecy's gaze stared at Ingzi as she spoke. Yuan smiled and said, I have my ways. Whatever. I don't care how you deal with that bastard as long as you get rid of him. Once you do that, he'll divine the Primal Monarch's location for you. Also, don't forget about the extra chaotic essence. I need a treasure that will temporarily boost my strength, or it won't work, and coincidentally, that annoying bastard has something like that in his possession. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 16:18 Starfire Dragon. Chapter 16:18 Starfire Dragon. So, who is this primal that you want to get rid of? Yuan asked. Not a primal. He's a predator. The divine fox corrected him. He has a dragon bloodline, a real one. Dragon bloodline, huh? Is that why you cannot attack him? He's from the divine dragon sanctuary, one of the top powers in the primal expanse. If I attack him and offend them, they could easily destroy me and my territory. However, you're a different story. Even if you kill him, it won't affect you once you leave this place. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, But you were expecting Ingzi to kill him, and she is a resident of this world. Divine Fox of Grand Propeki looked at Ingzi and sneered. You know nothing about shadow dwellers. With their ability to hide their presence completely, she can traverse the primal expanse without worry, even with the entire world hunting her. Even if she's completely invisible, it doesn't make it okay to use her like that. Also, I don't have to kill your neighbor, only get rid of him, right? The divine fox of grand prophecy became silent to ponder. A moment later, she spoke, I would prefer it if you killed him, but if you can't, just make sure he never returns. Sounds good. Then I'll go visit him now. Yuan said, What about me? Ingzi asked, I don't think I'll need your help this time, but you can come with me just in case. Ingzi nodded and decided to follow him, motivated by the opportunity to possibly acquire more meat skewers. Yuan began traveling to the dragon's territory after acquiring more information from the Divine Fox. According to the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy, Yuan's next target was a Starfire dragon who resided within the Flaming Peak, a fiery land perpetually engulfed in flames. The Flaming Peak was roughly 10 days away from Mystic Valley, even when traveling at Yingzi's swift pace. As they neared their destination, the temperature soared to extreme levels, reaching intensities that could melt even spirit kings if they ventured too close. If it weren't for my physique, I would probably be a puddle right now, Yuan thought to himself as he tried to cool himself. He looked at Ingzi, who didn't have a single drop of sweat on her, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat. The heat only worsened as they approached the Flaming Peak. However, despite his situation, Yuan took this opportunity to temper his body. As Yuan bolstered his fire resistance, the oppressive heat began to affect him less. Gradually, he adjusted until the once scorching temperatures felt merely warm, akin to that of lukewarm water. Upon arriving at Flaming Peak, Yuan was met with a fiery spectacle. The place itself was an island featuring a solitary mountain at its center. The entire island was engulfed in flames, and the mountain was an active volcano, further intensifying the blazing landscape. Upon arriving at Flaming Peak, Yuan was met with a fiery spectacle. The place itself was an island featuring a solitary mountain at its center. The entire island was engulfed in flames, and the mountain was an active volcano, further intensifying the blazing landscape. Resting within the volcano, submerged in lava, was a solitary silhouette. Upon closer examination with his divine sense, Yuan discovered it was a handsome young man with short red hair. When a handsome young man sensed Yuan's divine sense probing, his eyes snapped wide open, revealing their striking golden hue. Who dares to spy on this young lord? The Starfire dragon roared as he leaped into the air before staring directly at Yuan's direction. A dragon? The Starfire dragon narrowed his eyes after realizing this. Which clan do you belong to? And what business do you have here in my territory with a shadow dweller? No less. The Starfire dragon immediately began interrogating Yuan. How dare a lowly Starfire dragon question me? Yuan roared in an arrogant voice. Given that the primal expanse was a dog-eat-dog world, Yuan decided that it would be in his best interest to project strength, adopting an overbearing demeanor to show no signs of weakness. A lowly Starfire dragon. The handsome young man trembled in anger and disbelief. While it was true that the Starfire dragon's bloodline wasn't top tier, ranking only in the lower middle in terms of quality and purity, the Starfire dragon had never before been humiliated or looked down upon in such a manner. How dare you? As the Starfire dragon's anger surged, so did its aura, sending powerful ripples across the entire island, causing the flames to dance violently. I don't care who you are or where the fuck you came from, but you will not be leaving here alive today. The Starfire dragon soared toward Yuan like a flaming meteor. Seeing this, Ingzi spoke. Do you want me to suppress him for you? No, it's fine. I can handle this. Ingzi puffed her cheeks at his refusal, seemingly disappointed that she couldn't earn some meat skewers. Once the Starfire dragon was close enough, Yuan suddenly activated Dragon's Gaze. What? The Starfire dragon halted upon being struck by Dragon's Gaze. This power is Dragon's influence. Your royalty. The Starfire dragon cried out loud, his anger dissipating instantly after realizing he was baring his fangs against royalty. Even if he had the Divine Dragon Sanctuary's backing, they would not hesitate to disown him if they knew had offended a dragon of a royal bloodline. Why the hell is a royal dragon causing trouble for me, a nobody? Although the Starfire dragon found it weird that he didn't recognize Yuan, even though he memorized every member of the royal family. Not to mention Yuan's low cultivation base, he was in no position to think properly. Your Highness, this is a misunderstanding. Please tell me why you are here. The Starfire dragon lowered his head and said, Not only do you dare to question me, but you even dare to give me orders. Who do you think you are, huh? Yuan roared, sending chills down the Starfire dragon's spine. This overbearing demeanor, the strength of his dragon's influence. He's definitely royalty, a high-ranking one at that, he cried inwardly. Chapter 1619 Starfire Dragon 2. Chapter 1619 Starfire Dragon 2. And my apologies, Your Highness. It wasn't my intention. I was wrong. Starfire Dragon quickly lowered his head. If you know you're wrong, why are you still hovering above me and looking down on me like you're above me? Get on your knees. Or are you waiting for me to help you with my authority? A lowly dragon like you? Yuan shouted, increasing the intensity of Dragon's Gaze. This fucker is really too overbearing. But there's nothing I can do. The Starfire dragon cried inwardly before reluctantly descending to the ground and kneeling before Yuan. Ingzi stared at Yuan with slightly widened eyes, clearly surprised by his domineering demeanor. Once the Starfire dragon was forced to kneel on the ground amidst the flames, Yuan fell silent. He spent the next several moments staring intently at the subdued dragon, his silence serving to further humiliate the proud creature. Eventually, Yuan spoke. So, what are you doing here on this island that is obviously too small for you? This place may be small, but the yang energy here is very beneficial for me. So, I'm training here. The Starfire dragon didn't dare to reveal the truth, that he was actually there to court the divine fox of grand prophecy, fearing that it might make him look weak and pathetic. Moreover, he was afraid that Yuan might take an interest in the divine fox of grand prophecy and steal her away from him. However, Yuan suddenly trembled, his face filled with anger. Why, Your Highness? The Starfire dragon had a bad feeling after seeing this. Do you think I am stupid? That I am easily fooled? How dare you, a lowly dragon, mock me? Yuan roared, his body surging with immense killing intent. The Starfire dragon was left in utter shock and fear after sensing Yuan's immense killing intent, which manifested as a red miasma, enveloping the entire island. Even Ingzi, who had encountered countless bloodthirsty primals and predators throughout her life, was taken aback by the intensity of Yuan's killing intent. Despite her extensive experience with formidable beings, she had never felt anything as overwhelming as the aura Yuan now emitted. I will give you one last chance to tell me what you're doing on this island. Yuan roared. I am truly sorry, Your Highness. Training here was just an excuse. I am actually here for the divine fox of grand prophecy, whose territory is close by. I have been trying to court her for many years now, and living close to her makes it more convenient. If you don't provide me a good reason why you lied to me the first time, It'll ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Yuan said, I truly don't know why I lied to you, Your Highness. Please forgive me. No, that's not good enough. Yuan shook his head with a profound glint in his eyes. But it'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Anything. Let's have a spar. If you can defeat me within half an hour, I will pretend you never lied. However, if I win, you will leave this place and never approach the divine fox of grand prophecy. The Starfire dragon couldn't believe his ears. He wants to spar with me? As far as I can tell, he's only a perfect chaotic adept. He won't last a second against me, much less half an hour. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Starfire dragon and muttered in a cold voice, Are you looking down on me right now? Icha? Oh, of course not. I wouldn't dare. The Starfire dragon vigorously shook his head. He's probably hiding his cultivation. There's no way someone with a royal bloodline would have such a low cultivation. The Starfire dragon convinced himself. A few moments later, Yuan descended to the fiery ground. Despite his entire body being engulfed in flames, he did not burn and only felt mildly uncomfortable due to his enhanced resistance. Do you need some time to prepare? Yuan asked. No, I can start whenever. He nodded and said, Don't hold back just because of my status. I don't want any excuses later. As you command. The Starfire dragon transformed entirely the following moment, becoming a giant, red dragon. He had expected Yuan to shift into his true form for the battle, as fighting in human form would be a disadvantage. So, when Yuan remained in his human guise, he couldn't help but ask, You're going to fight me in that appearance? You're not even worth it. In fact, if you can make me fully transform, I'll consider it my defeat, Yuan said as he partially transformed. This arrogant bastard. The Starfire dragon clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly. Then here I come. Without using any weapons, Yuan made the first move and approached the Starfire dragon. He wanted to see his current limit after so many breakthroughs. They clashed shortly after, with the Starfire dragon unleashing devastating flames with every movement. Using nothing but his fists, Yuan struck the Starfire dragon's body, each strike as heavy as mountains. Fuck, how does he exude so much power with that cultivation? It doesn't make any sense. However, as strong as it seemed, Yuan's punches were only strong enough to inflict superficial damage on the Starfire dragon. Not only were the differences in their cultivation too vast, but the Starfire dragon's body was unfathomably durable. Does he really intend to fight me while only partially transformed with that level of cultivation? The Starfire dragon was in disbelief, but he was also filled with anger. Royalty or not, I will teach you a lesson for underestimating me. The Starfire dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a massive ball of flames, its size rivaling that of the entire island itself. The air around it shimmered with intense heat as the colossal fireball gathered energy. Let's see if you still refuse to fully transform after this. Starfire Meteor. The Starfire dragon released the attack shortly after, hurling the massive ball of flames at Yuan. Chapter 16, 20 Starfire Dragon 3. Chapter 16, 20 Starfire Dragon 3. Long before the Starfire dragon's fiery attack even reached him, Yuan could feel his skin being scorched by the intense heat radiating from the massive ball of flames. Despite the dangerous situation, he refused to move away, seeming intent on blocking the attack with his bare body. He can't be serious, right? The Starfire dragon muttered in a dazed voice. After the Starfire dragon unleashed his attack, he began to fear the possibility of actually killing Yuan. Unsure, he glanced at Ingzi, searching for any sign of concern. Noting her nonchalant demeanor, he sighed in relief, thinking, I doubt she would actually let me kill him. I need to push him to fully transform, no matter the cost. With this resolution, he continued his fiery assault. As the Starfire meteor neared, about to make an impact, Yuan wrapped his arm in enhanced sword aura and flicked it toward the massive ball of flames. The heat was intense enough to incinerate his arm completely, yet he sliced the meteor in half, and his burned arm fully recovered a few seconds later. What is that sharp energy? Yingzi's eyes widened with interest after seeing sword aura for the first time. The Starfire dragon was just as shocked and puzzled as Yingzi, as had never heard of anything like that before. What is that weird energy? And what is with that ridiculous regenerative ability? My flames have a unique property that greatly reduces healing. Why isn't it working on him? Unbeknownst to the Starfire dragon, his flames actually reduced Yuan's healing ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him a few seconds to heal, but instantly. Not bad. Yuan examined his arm, which appeared completely healed on the surface. Despite this, a lingering burning sensation remained. What kind of dragon bloodline does he have? I don't know of any bloodlines with such a powerful healing ability, not to mention that weird energy he used to split my fire. Now let's see if he can cut this. The Starfire dragon soared into the air, spreading his wings wide. As he did so, tens of thousands of small fireballs materialized, raining down upon Yuan like a fiery meteor shower. In response, Yuan cloaked his entire body in enhanced sword aura, transforming himself into a blur as he charged directly toward the Starfire dragon, undeterred by the onslaught of flames. As Yuan charged forward, his enhanced sword aura sliced through the barrage of fireballs, annihilating anything it touched. However, the intense heat from the fireballs penetrated his aura, inflicting direct damage on his body. Despite this, Yuan's form, now completely charred, continued to advance resolutely towards the Starfire dragon. What the fuck? The Starfire dragon was left terrified by Yuan's unrelenting will and persistence. He always thought dragons with royal bloodline were mentally weak and disliked pain, but Yuan appeared to be the complete opposite of the rumors. In the midst of Starfire dragon's shock, Yuan arrived before him and swung his arm, unleashing a powerful sword light. The Starfire dragon hastily snapped out of his daze to avoid the sword light, but he failed and ended up having one of his wings severed. He unleashed a thunderous roar, echoing through the air with such ferocity that he seemed to have entered a state of frenzy. I don't care anymore. The Starfire dragon suddenly curled his body into a tight ball, and a red, ominous light began radiating from him, signaling the buildup of a potentially devastating attack. Need my help? You might die from this, Yingzi suddenly said. Yuan shook his head with a smile. It'll be fine. Not wanting to get caught up in the blast, Yingzi distanced herself from the battlefield. Starfire. The light suddenly intensified, and a fiery aura enveloped the Starfire dragon. Burst! The Starfire dragon erupted in a colossal explosion, his flames rapidly expanding to envelop the entire island in a mere blink of an eye, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire, including the ocean. The ferocious fire from the Starfire dragon's explosion obliterated everything it touched, leaving nothing behind. Yuan was completely engulfed by the flames. The explosion maintained its intensity, with a massive ball of fire resembling the sun hanging in the air for several moments before it gradually began to dissipate. The Starfire dragon, completely exhausted of chaotic essence, fell directly into the ocean afterward. Yingzi looked around for Yuan, but he was nowhere to be seen, almost as if he had been erased from existence. Suddenly, as if he had materialized out of thin air, Yuan's body quickly recovered until there was not a single burn left on his body. Seeing this, Yingzi began doubting whether Yuan was a human or a monster. What kind of dragon are you? Starfire dragon muttered in a low voice as he stared at Yuan with a defeated look on his face. I have never seen or heard of an indestructible dragon before. Even shadow dragons, rumored to be as indestructible as shadow dwellers, would have perished just now. That's none of your business. Anyway, it's your defeat, so you'll never show your face before the divine fox of grand prophecy again as punishment. If I find out that you've broken our agreement, I will slaughter your entire bloodline. Do you understand? Of course, Your Highness. I swear upon my bloodline that I will never approach the divine fox of grand prophecy again. Yuan nodded and suddenly retrieved a pill before tossing it into the dragon's mouth. What did you just feed me? The Starfire dragon was instantly alarmed. Relax. That will recover your injuries, Yuan said. Sure enough, the Starfire dragon's exhaustion was quickly lifted, and within minutes, he was full of energy, almost as if they had never fought. What a miracle treasure! Thank you, Your Highness. The Starfire dragon returned to his human appearance and bowed to Yuan. I'm tired of seeing your face. Scram. Yuan coldly sneered. Yes, the Starfire dragon didn't dare to linger and immediately flew away as if his life depended on it. Chapter 16:21 Ranked Territories. Chapter 16:21 Ranked Territories. It feels like I am forgetting something. Yuan muttered to himself shortly after the Starfire dragon left the scene. Whatever. It's too late to worry about that now. Sometime later, Ingzi brought Yuan with her back to the Mystic Valley. Do all humans have regenerative abilities like that? Ingzi asked him as they traveled. No, they don't. I have an ability that allows me to regenerate that quickly. Can this ability be taught? I don't think so, since it requires you to eat something dangerous. While humans are incapable of consuming demon cores, Yuan wondered if beasts in the Primal Expanse have such capability, since the chaotic essence in their world was similar to the energy found within demon cores. Once they returned to the Mystic Valley, the divine fox of Grand Prophecy appeared before them with a weird expression on her face. She had watched their interaction with the Starfire dragon and was left speechless by the results. Are you really human? She suddenly asked Yuan with a doubtful face. Of course. What makes you think otherwise? The divine fox of Grand Prophecy explained, because humans aren't capable of using the power of our world. Moreover, you managed to create an incomplete chaotic heart. Are you perhaps half human and half primal? The divine fox of Grand Prophecy had always suspected Yuan's identity since the very beginning, but due to so many confusing factors, it was nearly impossible to confirm anything about him. No, I am full human. I'm also unsure why I can cultivate chaotic essence, but I think it might have something to do with my physique. The divine fox of Grand Prophecy pondered for a moment before responding. If I recall correctly, some humans are born with special bodies and bloodlines, just like primals, but they're incredibly rare. What about your healing abilities? Is that also due to your unique physique? No, that's something else entirely. Is that so? Well, I won't pry further. Anyway, I believe you may have forgotten about something. Oh, I also had the same feeling, but I don't remember what exactly. You were supposed to acquire a treasure that will allow me to use more chaotic essence than I currently contain, and the Starfire dragon had something like that, but you let him go without it. All right, I remember now. With that said, I was only going to do that if I killed him, which I didn't. Also, he would become suspicious of my identity if I suddenly asked for his treasure. I'm supposed to be royalty, after all. Dragon's influence, huh? I was extremely shocked when you used it. Does your world have dragons, too? Of course. In fact, I think the beasts in my world originally came from the Primal Expanse. The only difference is that they cultivate different resources. It's possible, but there is only one individual who can confirm that, the Primal Monarch. The divine fox of Grand Prophecy said, Anyway, now that you've dealt with my annoying neighbor, you'll need to find me a treasure that can temporarily boost my chaotic essence. The closest place with something like that would be the Phoenix's territory. They're about 3 months away from here. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this information. Phoenix's territory? He wondered if they could help accelerate Feng Yuxiang's recovery. Despite his efforts in constantly feeding her his blood, there were still no signs that she would awaken anytime soon. Yes, but there's a slight problem. The Phoenixes in this world aren't kind to dragons. In fact, they detest each other to the point where they will attack each other on sight. I'm afraid you won't get near them, much less acquire their treasure. You call that a slight problem? Yuan said with a raised eyebrow. The divine fox of Grand Prophecy shrugged and said, Then you'll have to visit the divine dragon's sanctuary. They're pretty far from here, but there is a space tunnel nearby that will shorten the trip to 2 years from 200 years. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, it'll visit the Phoenix's territory. I have some business with them, regardless of the treasure." "Are you sure? Even the Shadow Dweller won't be able to protect you there," the Divine Fox said as she shifted her gaze to Yingzi. While Yingzi was undoubtedly powerful, she was not among the most powerful beings in the Primal Expanse. As a matter of fact, she was far from it. Yuan looked at Yingzi and asked her, "I never asked you, but how strong are you?" Due to her unique existence, it was impossible to determine Yingzi's cultivation base unless she disclosed it herself. "Early Chaotic Emperor," she calmly revealed. "Only early Chaotic Emperor." Yuan was a little surprised to hear that she was only slightly stronger than the Starfire dragon in terms of cultivation, as she had been incredibly confident throughout their journey. The Starfire dragon had a cultivation equivalent of divine sovereign in the 9 heavens, so Yingzi would only be as strong as a divine ancestor. You shouldn't underestimate a Shadow Dweller because, just like you, they're far more powerful in reality due to their unique abilities to control shadows. The Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy said, "At her level, she can probably defeat even a chaotic overlord, much less a perfect chaotic emperor. And the difference between a chaotic emperor and a chaotic overlord is immense, sort of like the difference between being a mortal and an immortal in your world." However, the Phoenix territory you'll be heading to is a rank 2 territory, with rank 1 being the strongest and rank 3 being the weakest. In a rank 2 territory, there will be multiple chaotic immortals, and a single one has the capability to erase you from existence with their breath alone. "What rank is the Mystic Valley?" Yuan asked out of curiosity. The Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy laughed out loud. "Ha, my territory doesn't even qualify to be ranked. Only large communities with many powerful predators are qualified. This place is a small house on an island in comparison." Chapter 1622 Feng, Yuxiang's Spatial Ring. Chapter 1622 Feng Yuxiang's Spatial Ring. In order for a territory to be ranked, it must first have a community with at least 100 predators. Once that requirement was fulfilled, the overall prowess of that territory determined the rank of the territory. The Phoenix territory that Yuan planned on going to was a rank 2 territory, with over 10 chaotic immortals, each as strong as a bronze immortal at the very least. Even though the Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy warned him of the dangers and the Phoenix's hatred toward dragons, Yuan had to go there not just to find the Primal Monarch, but also for Feng Yuxiang. "If you're resolute on going to the Phoenix's territory, I won't stop you." The Divine Fox of Grand Prophecy pointed in a certain direction and continued, "If you go straight, you'll arrive at your destination in about 3 months, and I have already taken into consideration the Shadow Dweller's speed. Thank you. It'll return once I acquire the treasure. Don't forget this time, and it's called the True Ember." "I want." Yuan smiled. Yuan and Yingzi left the Mystic Valley and began their journey to the Phoenix's territory shortly after. "Yingzi, I don't expect you to protect me inside the Phoenix's territory. If you sense danger, just run." However, Yingzi said, "While I won't be able to defeat the Phoenixes, I can ensure you keep your life at the very least, but ITLL cost you." "Of course." He nodded. While they traveled, Yuan pondered how he should communicate with the Phoenixes once they arrived. According to the Divine Fox, they will attack dragons on sight, so I probably won't be able to have a proper conversation with them. I should try to acquire their attention as soon as possible, but how can I achieve that? Yuan pondered whether it would be a good idea to reveal Feng Yuxiang's egg to them. "No, I can't do that until I'm certain they won't attack me. I cannot risk it, especially when Feng is in that condition. Should I just use Immortal Monarch's dominion on them? That will definitely get their attention, but there's a chance it might not work on them, and there's a good chance it might anger them even further." Unable to think of anything, Yuan asked Xiao Hua and Yu Ning for advice. "Sorry, but I can't think of anything." Yu Ning sighed. "Brother Yuan, Why don't you look inside that dumb pigeon's spatial ring and see if there's anything useful in there? Xiaohua suddenly suggested. Feng Yuxiang had left behind her spatial ring when she entered her slumber. Normally, one wouldn't be able to access another person's spatial ring while the owner was still alive, but Feng Yuxiang was Yuan's servant and had previously granted him permission to use it. However, Yuan never even tried to look inside her spatial ring, as he respected her privacy and refused to invade it. I guess I have no choice. He'll apologize to her later. Yuan retrieved Feng Yuxiang's spatial ring and opened it for the first time. Yuan's eyes widened with shock after seeing the treasures inside. Had always known that Feng Yuxiang had a large collection of rare treasures because of her store in the lower heavens, but had vastly underestimated her wealth. After seeing just how truly wealthy Feng Yuxiang was, Yuan couldn't help but bow to her inside his head. Not only did Feng Yuxiang's spatial ring have a larger storage space than his own dragon spatial ring, but there were all sorts of treasures that could only be found in the upper heavens. What she had shown in her store at the lower heavens barely scratched the surface of her vast collection. There were mountains of treasures in the spatial ring for Yuan to go through, and luckily for him, he had nothing but time for the next 3 months. After spending 2.5 months going through all of the items, Yuan found several that might help him in the Phoenix's territory. Burning Phoenix Pill, Tier 7, Purity, 94%. Effects: permanently increases fire resistance and grants the power of a phoenix for 9 sunrises. Ancient Phoenix Robes. Grade: Mythic. Quality: Peak. Description: an ancient robe, once worn by the most noble of phoenixes, symbolizing their supreme status and power. Grants fire immunity. It can only be worn by those with a phoenix bloodline. Warning: those without a phoenix bloodline will be punished with Phoenix's wrath if they try to wear this item. Primordial Phoenix Blood Essence. Effects. Description: the blood essence of a primordial phoenix. When Yuan saw the primordial phoenix blood essence, it reminded him of the dragon ancestor's blood essence, and knowing how valuable it was, he didn't dare to use it without Feng Yuxiang's permission. However, it made him wonder how Feng Yuxiang acquired such a precious treasure in the first place. Phoenix's wrath, how bad could it be? After taking some time to mentally prepare himself, Yuan asked Ingzi to stop traveling temporarily. "Give me a moment to try something out," he said to her before gaining some distance from her. Once he felt there was enough distance between them, Yuan retrieved the ancient Phoenix robes and wore it on him. Ding! Phoenix's wrath. Effects: inflicts immense pain upon the targeted. Yuan's body suddenly became engulfed in flames that were several times stronger than the Starfire dragon's most powerful attack, enveloping him in a blazing aura of unprecedented pain. Yet, despite the immense pain and being enveloped in flames far more intense than those of the Starfire dragon, Yuan's body resisted immediate disintegration, and only his skin was burned away. The purpose of Phoenix's wrath was to inflict pain so excruciating that death would seem a preferable alternative. Yuan attempted to withstand the pain, but even with his exceptional physique and high pain tolerance, he could only bear it for a few seconds. Upon removing the ancient Phoenix robes, the flames of Phoenix's wrath dissipated, yet the agonizing pain lingered in his body for a little longer, enough to nearly make him lose consciousness. Chapter 1623 Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau. Chapter 1623 Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau. Fuck, that was fucking painful. Yuan cursed it out loud after taking off the ancient Phoenix robes. Had worn it out of curiosity and expected some pain, but he never anticipated it to be that painful. Even though it increased my fire resistance by an entire stage after wearing it for a few seconds, I don't want to experience that level of pain again. It's not worth it. Yuan quickly put the ancient Phoenix robes back into Feng Yuxiang's spatial ring before retrieving another treasure. I need to mask my dragon scent first and foremost, since I cannot undo my transformation, where everyone will know that I am a human. The item he retrieved was a small red pouch. Phoenix powder. Description: made from phoenix feathers. It has incredible healing properties and produces the scent of a phoenix when mixed with water. This is exactly what I am looking for. Since it's only made from feathers, I doubt it's too valuable to use. Yuan smiled at this find. Sometime later, Yuan filled a bottle with water and added the phoenix powder to it, creating a light red liquid that resembled blood diluted in water. The mixture emitted a unique scent that tingled his nose with each whiff. "Ingzi, does this smell like a phoenix to you?" Yuan asked her. Ingzi took a deep breath and pondered for a moment before responding. "It's similar, but it's a little weak. I don't think ITLL be able to mask your dragon scent, either." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Yingzi's criticism, Yuan added more phoenix powder to the liquid, intensifying the smell. "That should be good enough," Yingzi said after taking another deep breath. "Okay." Yuan proceeded to rub the liquid all over his body until Yingzi could no longer smell the scent of dragons on him. Not only did the liquid mask his dragon scent and make him smell like a phoenix, but he could also feel his body becoming more energetic. "I should save the burning phoenix pill for when I really need it, since it only lasts for 9 days. Now that Yuan had found a way to mask his dragon scent, he needed to make his identity more convincing, a challenging task given that he wasn't originally from their world, and crafting a believable persona required careful attention to the cultural and social nuances of this new environment. "Can you tell me what you know about phoenixes in the Primal Expanse?" Yuan asked Ingzi as they continued their journey. Ingzi had to really think about it since she hadn't had much interaction with phoenixes given their rarity. "I'm not too familiar with them, but from what I've heard, they're all incredibly selfish and unreasonably prideful creatures. They're arrogant, have bad tempers, and are generally unpleasant to be around if you're not a fellow phoenix." Yingzi's description of phoenixes left Yuan speechless, but he didn't doubt it. A week later, Yuan had to reapply the liquid on his body to maintain his phoenix scent. As they approached the phoenix's territory, Yingzi suddenly warned Yuan, "A phoenix is coming." Moments later, a large, fiery phoenix could be seen soaring in their direction. This phoenix stopped once it was before Yuan. "Divine Emperor, huh? A little weaker than I was expecting, but this is good for us." Yuan quickly gauged the phoenix's strength. "I don't recognize you. Which bloodline do you belong to? And what are you trying to achieve in our Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau?" The phoenix asked him. "I am from the ancient Phoenix bloodline," Yuan said, using Feng Yuxiang's bloodline as his own. "Ancient Phoenix?" The phoenix exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this. "That's impossible. There are very few ancient phoenixes in the Primal Expanse, and I know all of them. How come I don't recognize you? Can't you tell by my cultivation that I was only recently born?" Yuan shook his head in a disappointed manner. "Indeed, you do smell a little young. Who are your parents, if you don't mind me asking?" Yuan frowned and responded in an irritated tone, "I do mind. Who the hell are you to question me? I may be young, but I still have the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Watch your manners." He deduced that the ancient Phoenix bloodline likely held a high standing among the Phoenix clans, so he decided to embrace this identity and play along. The phoenix trembled after hearing Yuan and quickly said, "And my apologies. Forget it. Anyway, let's talk about my reason for being here. I am looking for a treasure called the True Ember, and I was told that I could find it here." "The True Ember? While it's true that we have it, it's not something we can give away. I am willing to trade for it. Is there anything you want for it?" "I apologize, but I do not have the authority to speak on this." "Then bring me to someone who does." "I understand. Please follow me." Sometime later, they reached the heart of the territory, where a community of phoenixes resided. However, within the Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau, most of the phoenixes possessed low-grade bloodlines, and the majority of its population consisted not of true phoenix bloodlines, but rather of subspecies related to phoenixes, such as the Divine Yang bird or the Vermilion Skyhawk. "Please wait here while I notify our leader of your presence," the phoenix that led Yuan said to him before disappearing somewhere. Yuan used this opportunity to closely observe the Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau. Despite being referred to as a community, there were no buildings. Instead, most of the beings resided within caves and outdoor nests. This setting gave Yuan the impression of being in a zoo, one predominantly populated by birds and phoenixes, a stark contrast to the urban or structured habitats he might have expected. The temperature within the Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau was also hot and dry, but it wasn't as bad as the Starfire Dragon's territory. Still, it was hot enough to temper his body. Chapter 16:24 Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau 2. Chapter 16:24 Phoenix Ascendancy Plateau 2. Leader, we have a situation. The phoenix that met with Yuan bowed before a handsome young man. This young man's hair blazed red with strands of bright orange, mirroring the fiery aura he carried about him. Clad in a robe of red and gold, the colors of flame and royalty, he exuded the powerful presence of a golden immortal, attracting attention and awe from those around him. Is this about the guest you brought back? The young man asked. Yes. He claims to have the ancient Phoenix bloodline. It's a little suspicious, but I dare not verify his identity. The Phoenix said, even if there was a 99% chance that Yuan might be a fake, they couldn't risk offending an ancient Phoenix. He is also traveling with a shadow dweller. A Phoenix and a shadow dweller, traveling together? What an odd pair. A young lady with features reminiscent of the young man sat beside him, her expression marked by curiosity. The ancient Phoenix bloodline is an imperial-grade bloodline, and it ranks in the top 3 amongst all Phoenix bloodlines. They're essentially royalty. Meanwhile, my Scarlet Phoenix bloodline is only ranked 9th. If he turns out to be real, we must assist him to the best of our capabilities. However, if he is a fake, they'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The young man said, what does he want anyway? He wishes to trade for our true Ember. The true Ember, huh? While it's not a priceless artifact, it's quite valuable. If he's an ancient Phoenix, he is likely to have come from the rank 1 Phoenix territory, Eternal Phoenix domain, and they have plenty of artifacts that surpass our true Ember. So why would he come all the way here? Forget it. There's no point guessing their motives. Bring them to me, and I'll ask them myself. Yes. The Phoenix departed the next moment, returning to Yuan and Yingzi. Nobody is dumb or bold enough to imitate an ancient Phoenix, right? The young lady suddenly muttered out loud. The young man sighed. The primal expanse is immense beyond comprehension. There are bound to be some fearless individuals out there. Sometime later, the Phoenix returned to Yuan's side. Esteemed guest, our leader would like to meet you. Please follow me. The Phoenix led Yuan and Yingzi to the summit of the tallest mountain within the territory. Upon reaching the peak, Yuan was greeted by a surprisingly familiar sight. A pagoda stood prominently on the mountaintop. So they do have buildings in this world. I guess they are just incredibly rare, Yuan thought to himself. However, the pagoda was striking in its simplicity almost to a fault. It appeared that the builder, while earnest in their efforts, had clearly lacked experience and imagination in its design, resulting in a structure that was functional but unadorned and stark. It was almost as if the builder had to work on it with nothing but a brief explanation of its outer appearance. Once the Phoenix brought Yuan and Yingzi inside the pagoda, it became even more apparent that the builder had no idea what they were building. Although the pagoda looked like it had 4 floors from the outside, inside there was only 1 floor and room. The other floors were just an empty space. Inside, at the far end of the modestly decorated room, sat 2 individuals, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. Their appearance was top quality, surpassing even the appearance Yuan had given the Supreme Ox. However, they would still only be considered slightly above average when compared to those truly beautiful in the 9 heavens. The young man narrowed his eyes at Yuan the instant they entered the room, his gaze as sharp as swords. Before Yuan could even open his mouth, the young man spoke with a cold expression. Bastard, what are you trying to pull here? What do you mean? Yuan frowned. The ancient Phoenix bloodline ranks the third purest amongst all Phoenix bloodlines, and all inferior bloodlines would naturally feel submissive toward them. You may smell like a phoenix, but I don't feel anything from you. I have seen phoenixes with royal bloodlines before, and your aura is nothing like theirs. You may be able to mimic our smell, but you will never be able to mimic our royal bloodline. You should have disguised as an ordinary phoenix instead, you bastard. Even though his disguise was instantly exposed, Yuan remained calm and began to think of a way out of his predicament. Are you willing to bet your life, your territory, and all its residents on those accusations? Yuan asked. Your threat is as weak and empty as your attempt to fool me. I can easily erase someone at your cultivation with a sneeze. As for the Shadow Dweller, even if she has the ability to wipe us out, the Eternal Phoenix domain will avenge us. Kneel before me, the young man suddenly roared, and his body exuded a profound aura that instantly filled the room. A few moments of silence went by without anything happening, leaving Yuan puzzled. The young man frowned and muttered, If my phoenix's influence failed to work on you, then you must not be a phoenix at all. What are you? Yuan swiftly noticed an opportunity to turn the situation around and showed a cold smile on his face. You dare order me to kneel? A lowly phoenix like you? The young man's face twisted with anger as he stood up. How dare? Who permitted you to talk back? Shut up. Upon hearing Yuan's voice, imbued with an unfathomable power, the young man felt his own voice falter, leaving him unable to utter another word. The young lady turned to look at him with wide eyes. Father, please tell me you're only pretending to. Yuan shifted his gaze to her and shouted, Shut up. The young lady immediately felt as though someone had suddenly seized her throat, sealing her ability to speak. Kneel! Thud! Unable to resist his command, the young man and young lady suddenly fell to their knees, their gaze filled with shock and horror as they stared at Yuan. Chapter 1625, True Ember. Chapter 1625, True Ember. This power. Phoenix's influence. Impossible. He should be a fake. Why does he wield such power? The young man exclaimed inwardly as his entire being was forced to obey Yuan's commands. He was a genuine ancient phoenix. We're screwed. Our entire territory is screwed. The young lady cried inwardly. Due to her lower cultivation, the immortal monarch's dominion was even more potent on her. As for the young man who was as strong as a golden immortal, even he was powerless before the immortal monarch's dominion. The last time Yuan used immortal monarch's dominion on an immortal level entity, it could only affect them for a few seconds. However, he was still only a spirit king back then. After his breakthrough, Yuan's control and prowess of immortal monarch's dominion reached unprecedented levels. Moreover, he had been strengthening his soul strength non-stop for the past year during his travel around the Primal Expanse. At his current prowess, he could easily command even a golden immortal for an entire minute. For whatever reason, immortal monarch's dominion feels stronger in the Primal Expanse. Yuan thought to himself after noticing this phenomenon. Yuan spoke in the following moment. I will ask you again. Are you willing to bet your life and your territory on your claims? Yuan released immortal monarch's dominion on the young man so he could speak. However, the young man didn't respond. Seeing this, Yuan turned his focus to the young lady next to the young man and spoke in a commanding tone. Who gave you the permission to breathe? The young lady instantly lost her ability to breathe and fell to the ground with her hands grasping at her throat. The young man instantly snapped out of his daze and shouted, I was wrong, Your Highness. Please forgive me and my daughter for this offense. I will even give you the true Ember as an apology. Yuan had a calm look on his face, but he was inwardly surprised that his small experiment actually worked. It made him wonder if he commanded someone to die, would their heart instantly stop? Your Highness, please. The young man pleaded again when Yuan refused to release the young lady. "He'll forgive you this once." The young lady immediately began gasping for air after Yuan deactivated the immortal Monarch's dominion. "The faster you hand over the true Ember, the faster I will be out of your feathers," he added. "Get the true Ember for His Highness." The young man quickly ordered the young lady, giving her an excuse to leave the room. Right away, the young lady hastily left. Once they were alone, Yuan said, "Is there anything you want for the true Ember? Although you said ITLLB for free, I don't want any rumors of me bullying you to spread." "I don't dare ask for anything," the young man said. Yuan silently pondered for a moment before speaking. "You seem to have a thing for human appearances. I can upgrade your appearance and your daughter's in exchange for the true Ember." The young man looked at him with wide eyes and said, "Really?" He nodded and said, "Give me a brief description of your ideal appearance. Young, middle-aged, or old? Hair color and length? Body shape?" I would prefer something a little older than my current appearance. I like my current hair color and style. As for my body," after receiving the description, Yuan consumed an appearance-altering pill and transformed into the young man's ideal appearance. The young man's eyes widened with surprise after seeing how high quality it was. "What do you think? Can I really have such a high-quality appearance? Are you doubting me?" Yuan narrowed his eyes. "And no. Then hurry up and take it." The young man quickly changed his appearance, becoming more handsome, a little taller, and a few years older. "Thank you, Your Highness, for this appearance." The young man stood up and bowed to Yuan. "If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask." Yuan smiled and quickly said, "Then let me ask you something." He retrieved Feng Yuxiang's egg and continued, "Do you know how I can speed up my friend's recovery progress?" That's. The young man's face became filled with shock after seeing the egg. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked him with a slight frown. Who is inside that shell? I have seen this state countless times before, but I have never seen such a complex and powerful shell. Not to mention, yet, what shocked him most wasn't the shell itself, but the overwhelming sensation it evoked within him. Bloodlines of a lower grade instinctively revere those of higher lineage, and he felt a powerful compulsion to kneel and kowtow before the entity within the shell. There's only one bloodline that could make my blood react in such a fashion. To think such a powerful entity would be in this sorry state. What happened? He wondered inwardly. "I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do here to help you or the one inside that shell since our bloodlines are too weak. If you want to revive the phoenix within that shell, you'll need to visit the Eternal Phoenix domain. There, you'll be able to find the primordial phoenix." "How far away is the Eternal Phoenix domain?" Yuan asked Ingzi, since he would have exposed himself if he had asked the phoenix before him. "It's on the other side of the world, so ITLL takes several hundred years if we travel normally," she said. "That's too far. I guess we'll have to put this on hold for now." Yuan sighed inwardly. Sometime later, the young lady returned to the room with the true Ember, but she was astonished by her father's new appearance. "His Highness said he'd upgrade our appearances for the true Ember," he explained. Once he received the description, Yuan gave the young lady her new appearance. "Thank you, Your Highness. Here is the true Ember." The young lady handed Yuan a small black rock that emitted intense heat. "Thank you." Yuan quickly tossed the true Ember inside his spatial ring. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.